Okay, so hear me out. What if, instead of Dumbledore giving Harry life advice, Bruce Wayne gave him combat training? What if instead of, "You have your mother's eyes," the first thing an adult ever said to Harry Potter was, "You were looking at my hands"? Today, Harry Potter trades his Hogwarts robes for Kevlar, his wand for gadgets, and his survival instincts for something Voldemort has absolutely never seen before: a plan. This is what if Batman trained Harry Potter. And Voldemort is so cooked.
Chapter 1. The man behind the lantern. There is no Hagrid. There is only Wayne. Part 1. A cave in Gotham. A file on a boy. Bruce Wayne did not sleep. This was not a new development. Sleep had been a complicated relationship for him ever since he was 8 years old, and the world decided, in the span of one gunshot, then another, to rearrange itself permanently around the absence of two people who had smelled like aftershave and perfume and warmth. Since then, Bruce had learned to treat rest the way most people treat medication, something you take enough of to function, never enough to feel good. But tonight was different. Tonight, he wasn't in Gotham. The cave beneath Wayne Manor was dark in the way that only caves can be, a darkness that doesn't just block light but seems to actively absorb it, pull it in, swallow it whole. Banks of monitors glowed in the black. Alfred had long since gone to bed. The only sounds were the distant drip of underground water, the soft percussion of 1,000 roosting bats overhead, and the very specific silence of a man sitting absolutely still in front of a screen, reading something that was making him feel something he hadn't felt in a long time: concern. The file on the screen had not come through any normal channel. It had not been requested. It had arrived quietly, anonymously, routed through 7 encrypted proxies and 2 dead drops that Bruce had established years ago for exactly this kind of situation, courtesy of a contact in British intelligence who owed him a favor significant enough that calling it in had felt almost wasteful. Almost. The file was labeled in the dry bureaucratic shorthand of the British Ministry of Magic's Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Potter, Harry James, Annual Welfare Review, Classification. Monitored, non-critical, non-critical. Bruce read the file 3 times. Then he read it a 4th time because he wanted to be sure he wasn't misreading it, wasn't projecting, wasn't letting the part of him that still existed, the 8-year-old boy in the alley, find patterns in the data that weren't really there. They were really there. The file documented 11 years of what the ministry called adequate home conditions at number 4, Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. 11 years of welfare reviews conducted by a rotating cast of officials who, based on their visit notes, had never actually spoken to the child, who had accepted tea from the aunt, a woman described in the most recent visit as warm and community-minded, and asked the uncle whether Harry was settling in well, and accepted the uncle's answer of perfectly, yes, no problems at all, without once in 11 years asking Harry himself a single question. There were photographs in the file. Standard documentation. A small boy photographed at ages 3, 4, 6, 8, 10, never smiling, always positioned slightly apart from the other members of the household, like a planet that had drifted to the edge of its solar system and nobody had noticed. In the most recent photograph, taken 2 months ago, Harry Potter was 11 years old. He was wearing clothes that were approximately 4 sizes too large for him. He was standing in the garden of number 4, trimming the hedge, and he was looking directly at the camera with an expression that Bruce recognized with a clarity that felt like a fist closing around something in his chest. It was the expression of someone who had learned very early that drawing attention to yourself was a form of danger. Bruce sat with the file for 47 minutes. Then he picked up a burner phone, called his contact in British intelligence, and said 4 words. "Tell me about Hogwarts." 3 days of research later, Bruce Wayne had assembled what he privately considered one of the most baffling intelligence dossiers he had ever constructed. And he had, over the years, constructed dossiers on Lex Luthor, Ra's al Ghul, and a Gotham City councilman whose hobbies had turned out to be substantially more illegal than golf. The wizarding world, as it turned out, was not actually all that hard to infiltrate if you knew what you were looking for. Magic was extraordinary. Operational security, apparently, was not a priority. The people who had spent centuries developing sophisticated methods for turning mice into teacups had, at some point, collectively decided that simply not telling non-magical people about any of it was an adequate substitute for, say, basic encryption. What Bruce found, once he started looking, was a world that had, approximately 2 months ago, emerged from 11 years of what his contacts politely called a period of conflict, and less politely called a magical civil war run by a terrorist who could make your bones dissolve. The terrorist, a man who had renamed himself Voldemort, which Bruce filed under psychological profile. Significant had been, apparently, destroyed by an 11-month-old infant in what multiple witnesses described as a miracle. And what Bruce, reading the incident report with forensic attention to detail, identified as a profoundly incomplete explanation of events. Nobody actually knew what had happened. Not fully. The infant had survived. The terrorist had not. The infant had a scar on his forehead. The terrorist had lost his physical form. The infant was Harry Potter. The same Harry Potter who was currently spending his summer trimming the hedge at number 4, Privet Drive, in clothes 4 sizes too large, being photographed by ministry officials who never asked him any questions. Bruce looked at all of this for a long time, then he looked at the second thing his research had turned up, a position at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, recently vacated. Assistant groundskeeper. The real groundskeeper, a man named Rubeus Hagrid, enormous, enthusiastic, and according to every available record about as subtle as a freight train, had taken on additional duties managing the school's magical creature population and needed help with the general maintenance work. The posting had been open for 6 weeks. Nobody had applied. Bruce Wayne looked at this information for approximately 4 seconds. Then he called Alfred. Part 2. The groundskeeper. The thing about assuming a new identity, Bruce had learned, was that the costume mattered less than the character. You could give anyone a different name, different documents, a different haircut. What people actually responded to, what made them accept you, file you away, stop looking too closely, was specificity. The small things. The particular way someone held a cup of tea, the specific vocabulary of a profession. The barely perceptible accent shift that said I am from a place you recognize, doing a thing you understand. For 3 weeks before he set foot on the Hogwarts grounds, Bruce Wayne became Robert Briggs. Not completely, he had no intention of abandoning who he was. But Robert Briggs was a layer, a frequency he could broadcast on. A retired Parks Department maintenance worker from Yorkshire. Competent, quiet, handy with a saw, didn't talk much, knew his trees. He arrived at the Hogwarts groundskeeper's cottage on a Tuesday in August, carrying 2 bags and a recommendation letter that Alfred had produced. Alfred had, over the decades, developed a truly remarkable range of administrative forgery skills, which was a sentence Bruce had never expected to have occasion to think from a fictional Yorkshire Parks authority. Hagrid, it turned out, was exactly as the records had suggested. He was approximately the size of a garden shed, had a beard that appeared to be engaged in a slow takeover of the lower half of his face, and within 45 seconds of Bruce's arrival had offered him tea, told him 3 separate things about a creature called a blast, ended scrut that Bruce had not asked to know, and apologized twice for the size of the spare room in the cottage, which was admittedly not sized for anyone who was not Hagrid. "You'll be all right," Hagrid said, in a tone that suggested he genuinely meant it and was also slightly uncertain. "It's a good place, Hogwarts. Best place, really. You'll see." Bruce looked up at the castle on the hill. Massive, impossible, lit from within by something that wasn't electricity, turrets and towers and staircases that seemed, from this distance, to be doing things that staircases should not be physically capable of doing, and said, "I'm sure." What he was actually thinking was, 16 entry points on the south face, 3 on the east, unknown number of what I am provisionally categorizing as security variables, because I don't yet have a framework for how magic-based wards function, and I need to fix that immediately. What he said to Hagrid was, "Is there a map of the grounds?" The Forbidden Forest was the first thing he made his own. It took 2 weeks. He walked every path, then made new ones. He catalogued the creatures, the Thestrals that only some people could see, the centaurs who watched him from a distance with expressions that suggested they knew considerably more than they were sharing, the enormous spiders in the deep west section that he gave a wide, tactical berth while logging their approximate territory. He found the clearings, the old oak with the hollow trunk big enough to stand in, the stream that ran beneath the root network of the eastern section and could be followed underground almost to the castle's north wall. He found, about a mile into the forest's dark heart, a natural formation of rock, 3 boulders leaning against each other to form a rough chamber, invisible from any angle unless you were standing directly in front of the gap. That was exactly the right size for what he needed. Wayne Tech's Magical Interference Division was, technically, a research project that officially didn't exist and was funded through 4 layers of subsidiary companies. It had been started 18 months ago, when Bruce had first encountered conclusive evidence that the world of magic was real, and had immediately done what Bruce Wayne did when confronted with any new operational environment: begun systematically studying it, categorizing it, and working out how to function within it and around it. The division's primary discoveries, delivered to the rock chamber in the Forbidden Forest across 3 separate dead drops over the following month, were: 1. Magic operated on a frequency spectrum that could, with the right equipment, be detected, mapped, and in some cases disrupted. 2. The specific wavelengths that carried the energy of most offensive spells, curses, jinxes, the more aggressive transfigurations, could be partially blocked by a composite material the division was calling hex weave, tungsten, fiber mesh treated with a compound derived from powdered ashwinder egg, non-magical, available through specialty potion suppliers, that absorbed and dispersed approximately 60% of the kinetic magical energy in a standard combat spell. Not all spells, not the worst ones, but enough to buy time. 3. Disillusionment charms, the wizarding world's primary invisibility tool, operated by bending light around the caster and creating a visual impression of the background behind them. Standard night vision equipment saw through it imperfectly. Thermal imaging saw through it entirely because the charm did nothing whatsoever about heat signatures. Bruce unpacked 3 cases of equipment in the rock chamber and felt, for the first time in months, something approaching calm. He had a base. He had tools. He had a reason. Now he needed to meet the boy. Part 3. The kid in the forest. He had been watching Harry Potter for 11 days before Harry walked into the forest alone at 2 in the morning. This was not, Bruce had learned, unusual. Harry had a habit of going places alone at unreasonable hours, which was either a symptom of a profound inability to assess risk or a symptom of a childhood that had taught him that being alone was substantially safer than being around people. Bruce suspected it was both, in proportions that were still TBD. What was unusual about tonight was what Harry was following. Bruce had been doing a thermal sweep of the eastern forest section, cataloging the creature movement patterns, mapping the heat signatures of things he'd have to learn to identify by name, when he caught Harry's signal on the array. The boy was moving fast, wand out, following something that was moving faster. Something large, cold, blooded, and generating the specific kind of body heat signature that Bruce, now 3 months into his Hogwarts education, had learned to associate with what the magical world called a basilisk trail. A basilisk. Bruce was moving before he'd consciously made the decision to move. He tracked Harry's signal through the eastern clearing, past the Thestral's grazing ground, into a dense section of old growth oak where the undergrowth was thick enough that visibility dropped to approximately 6 feet. Harry had stopped. He was standing in a small open space between the trees, wand raised, pointing at a gap in the undergrowth that was not, currently, containing anything that Bruce's thermal array could detect. The trail had gone cold. Whatever Harry had been following had changed direction, and was now somewhere else, which was a problem that Harry clearly hadn't figured out yet, because he was still staring at the gap in the undergrowth with the specific intensity of someone who was absolutely certain the threat was still in front of them. Bruce came in from the left. He was wearing the thermal goggles. He was wearing the sound-dampening boots. He moved through the undergrowth at a pace that was not quite walking and was not quite running and made, in total, approximately 4 decibels of noise. Harry heard none of it. The disarming itself was simple, textbook pressure point to the wrist, a specific angle of force that caused the hand to open involuntarily. The wand caught before it hit the ground, and it was over in 3 seconds. Harry spun around, found himself looking at Bruce, found his wand in Bruce's hand, and did what Bruce had predicted he would do based on 11 days of observation. He didn't back up. He squared his shoulders. "Give that back," Harry said. His voice was steady. He was 11 years old, unarmed, in a dark forest at 2 in the morning, and his voice was steady. Note for the file, Bruce thought. Composure under threat. Significant. "You were tracking a basilisk trail," Bruce said. He held out the wand. "The trail changed direction approximately 40 seconds ago. Whatever you were following is now behind you, to the left, approximately 30 meters out. It's cold, so it's probably resting, but if it was a basilisk and you'd triggered it at the range you were approaching, you would have had less than a second to close your eyes before the primary threat came online." Harry stared at him. Then, very slowly, he took the wand back. "How did you do that?" he said. "Take the wand. You moved and I didn't hear you." "You were looking at my hands," Bruce said. "I wasn't." Harry stopped, thought about it. "I was looking at the gap in the bushes." "Which is the same thing operationally. You had a fixed point of attention. You weren't monitoring your perimeter. I could have come from any direction and you would have had the same amount of warning." He paused. "Which is none." Harry looked at him for a long moment. He was small for his age, undersized. Bruce noted. Consistent with chronic mild nutritional stress. Consistent with the Dursley file, with messy black hair and round glasses, and a scar on his forehead that was, up close, somehow both more and less dramatic than the photographs had suggested. He had the particular stillness of a child who had learned to wait and assess before responding, which was either very sad or very promising, or Bruce suspected both. "You're the new assistant groundskeeper," Harry said. "Robert Briggs," Bruce said. "Yes." "You're not from Yorkshire," Harry said. Bruce looked at him. "What makes you say that?" "You said operationally," Harry said. "Hagrid says right then, and bless me, you said operationally and primary threat. That's not," he stopped. "That's not how groundskeepers talk." 11 years old, Bruce thought. Reading language register, flagging inconsistency, refusing to accept the surface explanation without questioning it. "No," Bruce said after a moment. "It's not." He turned and walked back toward the forest edge. After a brief pause, Harry making a decision, Bruce noted, footsteps followed. They walked in silence for almost a minute. The forest was loud with the small sounds of the night around them. Somewhere in the dark, something that was definitely not a basilisk made a sound that was definitely not comforting. "Are you going to tell me who you actually are?" Harry asked. "Not tonight," Bruce said. "Are you dangerous?" "Not to you." Another pause. The edge of the forest was visible now, the castle lit against the dark sky beyond it, impossible and enormous and lit with that not electricity glow. "What about to other people?" Harry asked. "That depends," Bruce said. "Very specifically on which people?" Harry was quiet for a moment. Then, "What if I told a teacher about you?" "You won't," Bruce said. "How do you know?" "Because you followed a basilisk trail into a dark forest alone at 2 in the morning, Bruce said. "Which tells me that your relationship with asking adults for help is, at minimum, complicated." Harry said nothing. which was, of course, its own answer. They reached the edge of the forest. Bruce stopped. The castle was ahead, lights on in 3 of the upper windows. The grounds were empty. "Go back to your dormitory," Bruce said. "Next time you track something in the forest, monitor your 6 and don't fixate." He turned to go back into the forest. "Hey," Harry said. Bruce stopped but didn't turn. "If you're not actually a groundskeeper," Harry said, "why are you here?" Bruce considered this for a moment. "Because somebody should be," he said, and walked into the dark. Part 4. The proposition he let it sit for 5 days. This was deliberate. Bruce had learned, in his years of dealing with people who had been shaped by trauma and neglect, that the worst thing you could do was push. Harry Potter had spent his entire life with adults who either ignored him, used him, or came at him with an agenda wearing a friendly face. Rushing in with a plan would trigger every defensive instinct the boy had, and those instincts, Bruce had noted with something between professional respect and quiet sadness, were extremely well developed, so he let it sit. He kept his distance. He did his groundskeeper work, tended the greenhouses on the western slope, cleared the path to the forest, fixed the latch on the Quidditch pitch gate that had been broken since approximately the early 80s. He nodded to Harry across the courtyard. He didn't approach. He didn't explain. He let Harry come to him. Harry came to him on a Sunday. He appeared at the groundskeeper's cottage at 7 in the morning, which Bruce had also noted as a Harry Potter behavior pattern. The boy did not lurk. When he made a decision, he moved. "Can we talk?" Harry said. "Yes," Bruce said. He stepped aside to let Harry in. They sat at the table. Hagrid was out with the Scroots, which were apparently having what Hagrid called a difficult period, and Bruce called an operational threat that needs to be managed before someone loses a limb. And Bruce made tea, which was a very small and very important thing to do when you were about to have a conversation that was going to change the direction of someone's life. "You've been watching me," Harry said. "It wasn't an accusation, just a statement." "I have," Bruce said. "For how long?" "Since before school started." Harry absorbed this. "Why?" Bruce put the tea down in front of him, sat down on the opposite side of the table, looked at Harry Potter, this small, serious, complicated kid who had survived things that should have broken him and had come out the other side still capable of squaring his shoulders and holding steady in a dark forest, and decided that the only way to do this was the honest way. "Because I read a file," Bruce said. "About you, about your living situation, about the 11 years you spent at Privet Drive being assessed as non-critical by people who never asked you a single question." Harry was very still. "That file was written by people who decided you were okay because nobody was hitting you," Bruce said. "I have a different definition of okay." Something moved across Harry's face, fast, controlled, gone before it properly arrived, but Bruce was very good at reading the things people tried not to show. What he saw was not surprise. It was the particular expression of someone who has carried a thing for a long time and has just, for the first time, had someone else name it out loud. "I'm fine," Harry said. "I know," Bruce said. "That's one of the problems. You're fine in a way that required you to make yourself very, very small for a very long time, and you have so normalized that smallness that you don't even notice it anymore. You walk into rooms already calculating the exits. You don't ask for things. You track threats before you track opportunities. You are 11 years old and you have the situational awareness of someone who learned to treat their environment as inherently hostile." Harry stared at him. "These are not criticisms," Bruce said. "These are observations. Most of what I just described will save your life if it's properly directed. The question is whether you want it directed." "By you," Harry said. "By me." "Who are you, actually?" Bruce looked at him for a moment. Then he said, "Someone who learned the same things you learned in a different alley a long time ago, and who decided to use them." This was, he knew, not a complete answer. It was also not a lie. Harry looked at his tea. He didn't drink it. He was thinking, really thinking. The specific silence of someone running through scenarios, calculating angles, not committing until he'd looked at it from every side. Bruce sat and waited because this was exactly what he'd have wanted someone to do for him at 11. Not push, not explain, not sell. Just wait. You want to train me, Harry said finally. I want to give you tools, Bruce said. There's a difference. Training implies I'm making you into something. Tools implies you're deciding what to do with them. What kind of tools? The kind, Bruce said, that Voldemort cannot counter, because he doesn't know they exist. Because his entire model of power, every assumption he has ever made about what a threat looks like, is based on a world where magic is the only variable. I want to introduce a variable he has no framework for. Harry looked up sharply at the name. Most people in the wizarding world flinched at it. Harry didn't flinch. He noted it the way you note a landmark. Why does it matter to you? Harry said. You're not part of this world. I'm part of the world, Bruce said. That's enough. Another long silence. The cottage was warm. Outside, somewhere distant, Hagrid was making sounds that suggested the Scroots were having an even more difficult period than anticipated. What would it look like? Harry said. The training. Hard, Bruce said immediately. Uncomfortable. You'll fail repeatedly at things that seem like they should be simple. You'll have to unlearn habits that feel like survival instincts. There will be moments when you will be very sure that this is the worst decision you have ever made. Harry looked at him steadily. And at the end of it, Bruce said, you will not be the most powerful wizard in the world, but you will be the most dangerous person in it, which is a fundamentally different thing. Harry was quiet for a moment, then he said, show me again how you took the wand. And Bruce Wayne, who had not smiled in a way that reached his eyes in quite some time, almost did. Stand up, he said. Epilogue to the chapter. The other watcher what Harry didn't know, what nobody had thought to mention, because nobody had thought it mattered, or perhaps because some things are strategically left unmentioned, was that Albus Dumbledore had been sitting in his office on the 7th floor when Robert Briggs arrived at Hogwarts 2 months ago. He had been drinking tea. Fawkes had been doing the thing he did when he wanted attention, which was to make a sound exactly like a very dignified but increasingly impatient foghorn. Dumbledore had read the letter from the Yorkshire Parks Authority. Alfred Pennyworth's forgery was genuinely excellent. Dumbledore had noted with appreciative professional admiration, and then he had set it down and looked at Fawkes and said, very quietly, interesting. He had, of course, investigated. He had a responsibility to. And what he had found after 3 days of careful research through channels that had nothing to do with Yorkshire Parks departments was a name. A real one. He had sat with that name for a long time, then he had accepted the application. There were those who would have said this was reckless. There were those who would have said it was irresponsible, dangerous, unpredictable, wildly outside protocol. Dumbledore, looking out his office window at the groundskeeper's cottage where a light was still on very late into the night, where a man was doing something with equipment that Dumbledore couldn't entirely categorize and didn't entirely need to, thought that perhaps it was also in its own way. Exactly right. Harry was going to face something, eventually, that magic alone was not going to be enough for. Dumbledore had known this for a long time. He had been trying to prepare the boy in the way he knew how, carefully, incrementally, with a great deal of love. And, he could admit now, in the quiet of his office, a great deal of insufficiently examined assumptions about what prepared actually meant. Perhaps, he thought, it was not the worst thing in the world for Harry to also learn from someone whose assumptions were entirely different. He picked up his tea. It had gone cold, which was one of the genuine minor tragedies of his existence. Interesting, he said again, to no one in particular. Fawkes made the foghorn sound. Yes, Dumbledore agreed. Quite. Chapter 2. The deconstruction before you can become a weapon, you have to stop being a target. Part 1, 4:30 in the morning, the first session nearly ended before it began. Harry had been told, specifically, clearly, without ambiguity, to meet Bruce at the eastern clearing at 4:30 in the morning, not 5, not around 3:30. 4:30. Bruce had said it the way he said most things. once quietly, with the absolute confidence of someone who has never needed to repeat himself, because the people who don't listen the first time tend to learn why that was a mistake. Harry arrived at 4:28. He was half asleep, wearing a jumper that had previously belonged to Dudley and therefore fit him approximately the way a tent fits a camping chair. And he was carrying his wand because he'd picked it up out of habit before his brain had fully engaged with the morning. The forest was dark in the specific pre-dawn way that makes everything feel slightly unreal, like the world hasn't quite finished rendering yet. Things moved in the undergrowth. Things that Harry had learned over 2 months at Hogwarts not to think about too carefully. Bruce was already there. He was standing in the center of the clearing doing something that it took Harry a moment to identify as a breathing exercise. Controlled, rhythmic, with the kind of deliberate physical stillness that most people can't manage when they're fully rested and caffeinated. Let alone at 4 in the morning in a forest. He was wearing dark clothing, no robes, no academic gear. Clothing that was designed, Harry was starting to understand, around the specific philosophy of not being seen. "Wand," Bruce said without turning around. "Good morning to you too," Harry said. "Wand," Bruce said again, in exactly the same tone, which was the tone of someone who had already accounted for that response and was unmoved by it. Harry looked down at the wand in his hand, then back up at Bruce. "It's a forest," he said. "At 4 in the morning there are things in here." "Yes," Bruce said. "And your instinct is to deal with them using magic. That's the problem we're addressing." "Wand." Harry, with the specific energy of someone who knows they're going to lose an argument but would like it on the record that they're not happy about it, held the wand out. Bruce took it without drama and set it against the base of the nearest tree, approximately 8 feet from where Harry was standing. "Here's the situation," Bruce said, turning to face him for the first time. "You are at a disadvantage in almost every physical metric that matters in a real confrontation. You're undersized, you have no trained muscle memory, and you have spent 11 years learning to make yourself less noticeable rather than more capable. That's not a criticism. That was adaptive. But it means that right now, if someone takes your wand, or if your wand hand is occupied, or if you're in an environment where you can't safely cast, you have no options. You become a target." "So you're going to teach me to fight," Harry said. "No," Bruce said. "I'm going to teach you to stop needing to." Harry stared at him. "That's the same thing." "It absolutely is not," Bruce said. "Fighting is what you do when everything else has failed. What I'm teaching you is everything else. Now." He settled into a stance that was relaxed but not loose, the specific quality of a body that knows how to generate force at very short notice. "Come at me," Harry blinked. "Sorry. Come at me. However you'd naturally approach a physical confrontation, don't think about it." "I've never been in a physical." "I know," Bruce said. "That's also a data point. Come at me." Harry, deeply aware of how absurd this was, moved forward. He didn't have a plan. He did what he suspected most people did when asked to do this with no preparation, which was to commit to a general direction and hope the rest worked itself out. He got close enough to attempt something. He wasn't even sure what, and then, very suddenly, the world tilted. He was on his back. The ground was cold. He was looking up at the pre-dawn sky through a gap in the tree canopy, and his brain was doing the confused scramble of a system that has experienced an input it wasn't expecting and is still trying to categorize it. "What," Harry said to the sky, "was that?" "Hip throw," Bruce said from approximately 4 feet above him. "You telegraphed your approach from 6 feet out, you led with your right shoulder, and you committed your weight before you had any read on where I was moving. You gave me everything I needed to know and took nothing in return." A pause. "Get up." Harry got up. "Again," Bruce said. "They did this for an hour." By the end of it, Harry had been on the ground 11 times and Bruce had been moved approximately not at all. And Harry's back was going to have opinions about this for the next several days. And he was starting to understand something that Bruce had not said explicitly, but that was becoming very clear through the accumulated evidence of 11 ground-level perspectives on the pre-dawn forest. He didn't know anything. This was not a comfortable realization. Harry Potter had, in the 2 months since arriving at Hogwarts, discovered that he was a reasonably talented young wizard, that he had a natural aptitude for flying, and that the scar on his forehead carried some kind of significance that adults in his world responded to with expressions ranging from reverence to terror. He had, in short, arrived at a place where he turned out to matter in ways that 11 years of being told he was worthless had done nothing to prepare him for. And now he was lying in the dirt of the Forbidden Forest at 5:30 in the morning, being categorically and repeatedly dismantled by a man who hadn't even broken a sweat. "You're doing it again," Bruce said. Harry, who was sitting against a tree eating the apple he'd pocketed from dinner the night before, because Bruce had told him to bring food, and food in this context was not negotiable, looked up. "Doing what?" "Catastrophizing," Bruce said. He was crouched across the clearing, examining something on the ground, tracks Harry had learned to recognize, though he couldn't yet read them the way Bruce could. "You've been quiet for 4 minutes, and your body language has shifted from frustrated to defeated. You're not thinking about what you just learned. You're telling yourself a story about what it means." "I got thrown on the ground 11 times, Harry said. "Yes," Bruce said. "And what did you learn from each one?" Silence. "I lead with my right shoulder," Harry said eventually. "What else?" "I commit before I read where you're going." "What else?" Harry thought about it. Really thought the way Bruce seemed to require, which was a different quality of thinking than he was used to, less reactive, more architectural, like building something rather than responding to something. "I look at where I'm going instead of where you are." "And what does that tell me when you do that?" "Everything," Harry said slowly. "It tells you everything?" "Correct," Bruce said. He stood up and crossed the clearing to where Harry was sitting. He crouched down so they were at eye level, which was something Harry noticed Bruce did deliberately. He was a large man, and he clearly understood that using that size was a choice, and in moments where the goal was understanding rather than demonstration, he chose not to use it. 11 falls. 11 data points. A person who is defeated learns nothing. A person who is studying the defeat learns 11 things. "Which are you?" Harry looked at him for a moment. "You already know which one I am," he said, "or you wouldn't be here." Bruce was quiet for a moment, then he stood up and said, 4:45 tomorrow. West clearing, not east. Bring the apple, leave the wand. Part 2. The philosophy of the theatrical 3 weeks in, the physical work was still going badly in the way that any meaningful process goes badly at the beginning, which is to say it was going badly in ways that were starting to become instructive. Harry was on the ground less often. He was reading Bruce's movement better. He was beginning to develop the particular physical vocabulary of someone who has learned that the body is not just something that carries your brain from place to place, but an instrument with range and precision, and limits that reward study. It was also, clearly and emphatically, not enough. "You need to understand something," Bruce said one morning when they were sitting in the rock chamber he'd built in the forest, the one Harry had taken to calling, privately, the Bat Cave, because it was in a cave and Bruce was a bat about it, and also because Harry had a sense of humor that operated underground and mostly alone. Bruce had, on this morning, spread across the central surface a collection of documents that Harry recognized, with a jolt, as newspaper clippings, but not British newspapers. Not the Daily Prophet, with its photographs that moved and its journalism that was, in Harry's developing assessment, aggressively divorced from anything resembling rigorous fact. These were Muggle newspapers, dozens of them, and every clipping was about the same thing. The name on every headline was different. The Night Terror, The Shadow of the East End, The Phantom of Whitechapel, but the story, across a dozen incidents spanning 8 years in 3 different cities, was identical. Criminal enterprises dismantled, gang operations collapsed, evidence packages left for police, perpetrators found incapacitated and bound, and in every single case, one witness account. Just one. Always the same description, a figure in the dark, gone before anyone could look directly at it. Harry looked up from the clippings. Bruce was watching him. "This is you," Harry said. It wasn't a question. It's a method, Bruce said. Look at the fear angle. Look at how the criminal operations respond, not just in the immediate aftermath of an incident, but in the months after. The White network collapsed internally, not because I dismantled it specifically, because the people inside it stopped trusting each other, stopped operating openly, stopped taking contracts, because they didn't know when the next shadow was coming or from which direction. Harry looked at the clippings again. You didn't need to be everywhere, he said slowly. You just needed them to believe you could be. What does Voldemort use? Bruce said. Harry blinked at the subject change, then caught up. Fear, he said. The name. Nobody says the name. Why? Because, Harry stopped, thought about it. Because saying it means acknowledging he's real. That he could hear, that he might, he trailed off. That he might come, Bruce said. Yes, Voldemort understood, possibly better than anyone in your world, that fear is not a byproduct of power. Fear is power. The name is a delivery mechanism. Say it and you activate the fear in everyone who hears it. Don't say it and you feed the mystery. The mystery is the actual weapon. The man behind it is almost secondary. Harry stared at him. So you want to do the same thing? I want to do the opposite of the same thing, Bruce said. Voldemort's fear works by making him feel vast and inevitable and inescapable. His brand of theater says, there is no point resisting because I am everywhere and you are nothing. That works for a certain kind of target, people who want an excuse to surrender, but there's a different kind of theater. He leaned forward slightly. One that says, there is something in the dark that you cannot understand, that does not follow the rules you know, that you cannot predict or prepare for. Not a god, not an inevitable force, something worse, something that thinks. Something like Batman. Harry said, because he'd been sitting on the name for a week now, and it had started to feel like a weight he might as well put down. Bruce looked at him with an expression that was not quite surprise and not quite satisfaction. You looked me up, he said. Hermione has a way of getting Muggle newspapers, Harry said. The Muggle Studies classroom has a subscription to 4 different ones, actually, which I thought was interesting. What I thought was more interesting was the name that kept coming up in the Gotham City editions, attached to about 12 years of crime statistics that were. He paused, because he'd been trying to find the right word for the Gotham City crime statistics for a week. Eventful. That's one word, Bruce said. Who are you, actually? Harry said. And then, because 11 years of being given inadequate answers to important questions had given him a finely tuned radar for deflection. And I want the real answer this time, not the someone who learned the same things in a different alley version. Bruce was quiet for a moment. This was not the silence of someone building a lie. It was the silence of someone deciding how much truth was appropriate for the moment. My name is Bruce Wayne, he said. My parents were killed in front of me when I was 8. I spent the next several years learning everything I could about how the world actually works, how crime operates, how fear operates, how systems of power maintain themselves, and how they can be dismantled. And then I came home and I used what I'd learned. A pause. Under a different name. Harry absorbed this. And you're here because I read a file about a boy whose world is building towards something that magic alone is not going to resolve, Bruce said. And because I recognize the specific look of someone who has been told repeatedly that the circumstances therein are not a problem anyone is going to fix, and who has started, very quietly, to decide they'll fix it themselves. Silence. Was I that obvious? Harry said. Only to someone looking for it, Bruce said. Part 3. The cloak and the owl the hex weave cloak arrived in a package that was labeled, in Alfred's handwriting, protective outerwear, research sample, which was technically accurate in the way that describing a scalpel as a small knife is technically accurate. Harry tried it on in the rock chamber on a Wednesday evening in October, and stood in front of the polished metal panel Bruce had set up as a makeshift mirror, and stared at himself for a moment with an expression that Bruce, watching from across the chamber, catalogued as processing. It's not invisible, Harry said. Correct, Bruce said. Your father's cloak makes you invisible. This does something more useful. It makes you wrong. The opacity shift means that in low light, the eye slides off it. The brain registers something, processes it, and then decides it was probably a shadow. Simultaneously, the demiguise's fiber weave disperses the magical signature of low-level hexes and jinxes. Anything below a third-degree curse will lose approximately 60% of its kinetic force hitting this material. Approximately, Harry said. 60 is a conservative estimate. Lab conditions suggest closer to 70, but I'm not going to tell you 70 and have you make decisions based on a number I'm not certain of in field conditions. Harry looked at himself in the polished metal. The cloak was dark, not the dramatic swirling black of a Death Eater's robes, which he'd started to think of as very much the wizarding equivalent of putting on a sign that said "I am the villain," but a specific, subtle dark that seemed to shift slightly with the light in a way that was hard to articulate and slightly unsettling to look at directly. It fit properly, which was notable because very few things in Harry's life had ever been made specifically for him. "How did you know my measurements?" Harry said. "I've been watching you for months," Bruce said. "I know your measurements, your gait pattern, your dominant hand, your default range of movement in confrontation situations, and the fact that you favor your right side when you're tired." Harry turned to look at him. "That's quite invasive, actually." "Yes," Bruce said with no particular apology in his voice. "It's also the reason the cloak fits." Harry turned back to the mirror. He was quiet for a moment, the real processing silence, not the performative one. Then, "What's the bat for?" On the left side of the cloak, just below the shoulder, subtle, almost invisible unless you were looking for it, but there if you were, was a small mark. Not sewn. Integrated into the weave itself so it would only be visible at the right angle in the right light. A simple shape. Angular. Like wings. "It's a symbol," Bruce said. "Everything we're building is a symbol. The cloak, the methods, the story that spreads through the dungeons and the corridors, all of it points back to one thing. One image. That image needs to exist on the physical object, because the day someone finds one of your tools, or the day someone catches a glimpse of you in the dark, you want them to associate it with something specific. Something that already, in their mind, carries weight. Because of what Batman means in Gotham," Harry said. "Because of what fear of the unknown means everywhere," Bruce said. "The bat is just the shape we've chosen for it. In Gotham, criminals are superstitious. In the wizarding world," he paused, "you have a population that already lives with genuine supernatural phenomena. Their threshold for things I cannot explain is high. So we don't give them something that looks supernatural. We give them something that looks tactical. Something that suggests intelligence, preparation, intent. Not a monster, a mind." Harry looked at the bat mark. "A mind that could be anywhere," he said. "A mind," Bruce said, "that has already been where they haven't looked yet." Hedwig was, in Harry's assessment, one of the most intelligent living things he had ever encountered, including several teachers and a portrait that claimed to have a philosophy degree. She was also, as of approximately 6 weeks into the training program, deeply annoyed at Harry. This was because 6 weeks ago, Bruce had introduced what he called the reconnaissance protocol, which was a very formal name for the process of systematically teaching Hedwig to do things that owls had been doing for centuries. Carrying messages, navigating by landmarks, maintaining altitude patterns, but with specific modifications. Hedwig's patrol routes now covered the entire castle perimeter on a 3-hour cycle. She carried, under her right wing in a small harness that had taken Bruce 2 weeks to engineer to her satisfaction, a signal disruption capsule. A compressed device that, when activated remotely, emitted a pulse capable of interrupting communication spells and message, tracking charms in a radius of approximately 50 meters. Hedwig's opinion of the harness was extremely clear and had been expressed through a period of pointed ignoring that Harry had found, in retrospect, very funny and had not, at the time, been able to say so. "She doesn't like it," Harry told Bruce, the third morning he'd arrived at the clearing to find Hedwig perched on a branch at the edge of the clearing, making a sound that was technically an owl sound and was also very clearly a complaint. "She doesn't like the weight," Bruce said. "She likes the flying." We need to find a way to make the weight part of the flying. He looked at Hedwig with the specific expression he wore when he was approaching a problem. What does she respond to? Praise, Harry said, and fish, in roughly equal measure. Bruce looked at him. I'm serious, Harry said. She's a very accomplished owl, and she knows it. Then we make the harness feel like a credential, Bruce said. Not a burden, something she wears because she's earned it. Harry was quiet for a moment, then he looked at Hedwig, who was still pointedly not looking at him from her branch, and said, Hey, you know how you're better at navigation than literally every other owl at this school? Hedwig angled her head approximately 4 degrees toward him, which in Hedwig language meant continue. Bruce thinks you might be the only owl who can actually do this right, Harry said. Because it requires, and I'm quoting him here, exceptional spatial intelligence and navigational memory. He looked at Bruce. Bruce, very carefully, said nothing. Hedwig turned her full attention to Harry, then to Bruce, then back to Harry. She ruffled her feathers once, the owl equivalent of straightening a tie. Then she flew down from the branch to Bruce's outstretched arm and tolerated the harness adjustment with an expression of dignified cooperation. Harry looked at Bruce. She likes being appreciated, he said. Most people do. Bruce looked at Hedwig, then at Harry, and for a moment his expression did something that it did very rarely, which was soften slightly around the edges. Noted, he said. Part 4. The ones who notice it was Hermione who said something first, because it was always Hermione who said something first, because Hermione Granger had the specific quality of a very powerful computer that had been additionally upgraded with the inability to leave an anomaly unaddressed. They were in the library on a Thursday evening in November, Harry, Ron, and Hermione, ostensibly working on Snape's essay on the 12 uses of dragon blood, but actually doing what they did most Thursday evenings, which was using the essays as cover for other conversations. Ron was explaining in detail why the essay was deeply unfair. Harry was not listening because he was watching the library entrance with the ambient attention that 5 weeks of training had begun to install in him like software. He'd clocked 3 students enter, 2 leave. He'd noted the librarian's patrol pattern. He'd identified the blind spot in the shelving near the restricted section entrance as the best available position if you needed to hold a conversation that you didn't want overheard. He was doing this automatically without deciding to, and he only realized he was doing it when Hermione said very precisely, Harry, when did you start doing that? He looked at her. Doing what? That, she said, gesturing vaguely at him in a way that meant all of that specifically. You've been tracking every person who comes through that door for the last 20 minutes. You counted the 2 students who left. Don't say you didn't. I watched you. And you've glanced at the restricted section entrance 4 times in the pattern of someone who is calculating, not browsing. Ron looked up from his essay. Has he said, looking at Harry with new interest. Harry opened his mouth, closed it, thought about what Bruce had said about the specific danger of lying to people who were smart enough to catch the lie and close enough to you to be hurt by it, and had therefore started to quietly develop a personal philosophy around truths that were incomplete rather than untrue. I've been spending time with the assistant groundskeeper, he said. He's been teaching me some things. What kind of things? Hermione said. Awareness things, Harry said. How to pay attention to a room properly, how to know what's in it before you need to. Hermione stared at him. Robert Briggs, she said. The one who arrived in August? Yes, he told me his name was Briggs. Harry paused. It's complicated. Hermione was quiet for a moment, doing the Hermione thing where she was clearly running calculations at high speed while presenting the appearance of simply looking at you. Then she said, Is what he's teaching you useful? Yes, Harry said, really useful. Another pause, then, is it dangerous? Harry considered the question seriously, which Hermione clearly noticed because her expression shifted slightly. To other people, he said eventually, if used correctly, potentially yes, to me. He thought about 11 sessions in the forest and the specific accumulation of bruises that mapped out the last 2 months of his life. Mostly it's just uncomfortable. Hermione looked at him for a long moment. Then she opened her bag, took out a rolled piece of parchment that she'd clearly prepared in advance for a different purpose, and set it on the table in front of him. "I did some reading," she said, "about Death Eater operational patterns from the last war, tracking and reconnaissance methods. Known formation tendencies." She looked at him steadily. "I don't know what you're building, but if it would help to know where Death Eaters tend to position themselves when they're deployed for infiltration, that information is in there." Harry stared at the parchment, then at Hermione. "I'm not going to ask questions," Hermione said, in the voice of someone who is absolutely going to ask questions at a later time, but has decided that this is not that time. "I'm just going to help." Ron, who had been following this exchange with the expression of someone watching a chess game he doesn't quite understand but can tell is very high stakes, put down his quill and said, "Whatever she said, same. Obviously." Harry looked at both of them. Something complicated happened in his chest, the specific feeling of people who don't have to be here choosing without being asked to be here anyway. He didn't have a lot of experience with that feeling. He recognized it anyway. "Thank you," he said. Which was also, he thought, a thing he hadn't said nearly enough. Part 5, the failure point. 7 weeks in, Bruce stopped a session 20 minutes early. Not because it had gone badly, because it had gone well enough that he needed Harry to understand exactly how much that still wasn't enough. "You're improving," Bruce said. They were in the East Clearing. Harry had, in the last 20 minutes, successfully tracked Bruce through the dark using the thermal reading technique, executed a clean pressure, point disarm on the 3rd attempt, and navigated the obstacle course Bruce had built between the trees, intentionally disorienting, intentionally unpredictable without using the wand once. "I can feel a but coming," Harry said. "Demonstrate something for me," Bruce said. He picked up a stick from the ground, approximately the length of a wand, and handed it to Harry. "I'm an untrained Death Eater. I have my wand up. I know you're in the forest, but I don't know where. Show me how you'd approach me." Harry took the stick. He backed up. He found the dark between 2 trees, the natural shadow lane that ran diagonally across the clearing. He moved into it the way Bruce had taught him, weight forward, foot placement, no sound. He was genuinely good at this now, genuinely quiet, and he knew it. He came in from Bruce's left. He made it to 4 feet. Then Bruce said, "Avada Kedavra!" Harry stopped. "You're dead," Bruce said. He hadn't moved. He was standing in the same position, stick pointed at the space Harry had been occupying 3 seconds ago, because he'd heard Harry coming and had adjusted his aim accordingly. "I'm an untrained Death Eater. I'm not even good, and you're dead." Harry stood in the shadow of the trees and felt the specific cold of understanding something that had been true the whole time, but that he hadn't fully looked at before. "I'm not fast enough," he said. "You're not the problem," Bruce said. "The killing curse is the problem. There is no physical counter to it. You can't dodge it. You can't block it. You can't disarm someone fast enough to stop them casting it if they've already started. Which means that every approach method we've developed, every stealth technique, every pressure point drill, every shadow lane fails the moment a competent wizard decides to cast that specific spell." Harry absorbed this. "So what do we do?" "We stop thinking about the approach as the primary method," Bruce said. "The approach is what you do when everything else has already succeeded. The primary method is environment, preparation. Making sure that by the time you're close enough to approach, you've already controlled enough variables that the killing curse isn't on the table." "How?" "Darkness," Bruce said. "Confusion, disorientation. If they can't see you, they can't target you. If they can't concentrate, they can't cast at full power. If they don't know the environment and you do, you control every moment of the encounter from before it starts." He looked at Harry steadily. "This is why the gadgets exist. This is why Hedwig's reconnaissance matters. This is why we build everything in advance, because the fight itself is the last resort. The plan is the weapon." Harry thought about this for a long moment. "You've been in situations," he said slowly, "where someone could have killed you, really killed you, not stunned, not incapacitated, killed." "Many," Bruce said, "and the plan was always what kept you alive." "The plan," Bruce said, "and the willingness to build another one when the first one fails." Harry was quiet. "And when both plans fail," he said. Bruce looked at him for a moment. "Then you survive on the training," he said. "And you build a third plan and you keep going." A pause. "Because stopping is not something you choose to do." Harry looked at the stick in his hand, then he looked up at Bruce. "When do we start on the gadgets?" he said. For the second time, and Harry was counting because it was rare, something in Bruce's face shifted toward what might, in different lighting with a charitable interpretation, be called almost a smile. "We already did," Bruce said. "You've been using them for 6 weeks. Now we learn to build them." He turned toward the rock chamber. "Come on," he said. "Alfred sent materials." Harry followed. And this time, the 11-year-old boy who had spent his entire childhood being told he was not worth the attention he required walked into the dark, in a cloak that fit him for the first time in his life, with something that felt new, not hope exactly. Hope was too soft for what this was. More like readiness. Chapter 3. The room that remembers the room of requirement doesn't give you what you want, it gives you what you need. Tonight it gave me a hunting ground. Part 1. What the castle knows Hogwarts, Harry had come to understand, was not a building. Buildings were passive. Buildings held things, people, furniture, staircases that stayed where you put them. Hogwarts was something different. It was aware in the particular way that very old things sometimes are, not intelligent exactly, but attentive. It noticed. The portraits watched. The staircases redirected. The suits of armor had opinions, expressed through the precise angle of their visors, about the quality of the students who walked past them. The castle had seen enough centuries of enough people to have developed, if not preferences, then at least patterns. And if you were paying the kind of attention that Bruce had been drilling into Harry for 3 months, you started to feel those patterns the way you feel a current in water. Not visible, but present, and navigable if you knew what you were reading. Harry had started mapping it in October. Not with any formal instruction. Bruce hadn't asked him to, and Harry hadn't mentioned it, because some things you do because the training makes them feel necessary, and you don't wait to be told. He started with the things he already knew. The trick step on the staircase to the 3rd floor, the corridor near the charms classroom that was 2 feet shorter at 3 in the morning than it was during the day for reasons nobody had ever adequately explained. The bathroom on the 2nd floor whose mirror gave slightly different advice depending on which side of it you were standing on. Then he went deeper. He started logging. Pocket-sized notebooks, Muggle, Bruce had been very clear about not creating anything that could be magically tracked or summoned, filled with Harry's cramped, specific handwriting. Times, patterns, the exact rhythm of the prefect's patrol routes, which corridors had portraits that gossiped, and which had portraits that were discreet. The 3 locations in the castle where, due to some quirk of stone thickness and old warding architecture, magical tracking spells lost resolution, dead zones. Bruce had called them when Harry brought the notebook to the rock chamber, and he'd looked at the pages with an expression of concentrated attention that Harry had learned to read as being roughly equivalent to anyone else's version of extremely impressed. "You mapped dead zones," Bruce said. "You told me to understand the environment," Harry said. "I told you to understand the environment of the forest," Bruce said. "I extrapolated," Harry said. Bruce set the notebook down, picked it up again. "The prefect's patrol routes, you've got times here to within 2 minutes. "I timed them for 3 weeks, Harry said. "Tuesdays are different from the other days because Patterson, that's the 5th-year Ravenclaw prefect, has astronomy on Tuesdays and does the East Wing route 8 minutes faster because he's tired. I accounted for that." Bruce looked at Harry for a moment with the particular quality of attention he reserved for things that had exceeded what he expected. "I also found the room," Harry said. Bruce looked up. "What room?" "It doesn't have a formal name," Harry said. "I don't think it has a formal anything. It's on the 7th floor. It appears when you need it, or more accurately, when you walk past it 3 times thinking very clearly about what you need. I found it by accident initially, about 6 weeks ago, and then I worked out how to access it consistently." He paused. "I think it might be the most useful thing in this castle. Bruce closed the notebook. "Show me," he said. The room of requirement, on the evening Harry showed it to Bruce, decided to be a training hall. This was not what Harry had asked for, technically. He'd been thinking, clearly, walking past the stretch of blank wall on the 7th floor 3 times in the specific meditative focus that the room seemed to respond to best about the forest clearings. The darkness, the obstacle courses, the space to practice things that couldn't be practiced in a dormitory or a library or anywhere that had other people in it who would ask questions. What the room gave him was something larger than the clearing and considerably more sophisticated than anything he'd have described if asked to articulate it. Bruce stood in the entrance and was quiet for a long moment. Harry stood next to him and watched him process it. The room had produced, across approximately 400 square feet of stone floor, a low, light environment, torches at half capacity, positioned in a pattern that created strong directional shadows and a navigable near, dark with obstacles. Not training dummy obstacles. Not the clean geometric structures of a gymnasium. Actual obstacles. Furniture arranged to create choke points, pillars that cast long shadows, a second level accessible by stairs that led to a balcony position above the main floor, doorways that opened onto short corridors that turned back on themselves. Like a slice of castle interior, dense and complicated and full of places to be and places to hide and places to move through if you knew what you were doing. "It built this for you," Bruce said, "not a question." "It builds what you need," Harry said. "I don't think it interprets literally. I think it interprets the underlying requirement. And the underlying requirement here is a hunting ground," Harry said. "That's what I was thinking, that I needed somewhere to practice what you've been teaching me but with actual environmental complexity, not a clearing. Somewhere that has corners." Bruce walked into the room slowly, reading it the way Harry had learned to read spaces, entry points, shadow lanes, sight lines, the specific topography of concealment and exposure. He walked the perimeter. He went up the stairs to the balcony, looked down at the main floor, came back down. "How many people know about this room?" he said. "I haven't told anyone," Harry said. "There are probably others who know. It's a very old castle. I can't be the first person to find it, but I haven't found any record of it being common knowledge." "Good," Bruce said. He turned back to Harry. "We need to establish 2 things before we use this space operationally. First, we need protocols for how you move through a complex environment, the specific difference between moving through something like this and moving through open ground, because the rules change. Second, we need a scenario framework. Every session in this room has a specific objective. Not practice, an objective, a target, a method, a constraint, no open-ended sessions. You practice exactly what you need to practice and you debrief exactly what you learned." "What's the objective tonight?" Harry asked. Bruce looked at him. "Tonight," he said, "I want you to last 8 minutes without me finding you." Harry looked around the room, the low light, the corners, the balcony above. "Starting when?" he said. "Starting when you stop standing in the entrance," Bruce said, and sat down in the nearest chair with the easy patience of someone who has time. Harry went into the dark. He lasted 11 minutes. Part 2. The Ghost in the Dungeons, the Gryffindor Ghost campaign, like most things that worked, started with an accident. Harry had not planned it. Planning it would have required knowing in advance that Marcus Flint was going to corner a second-year Hufflepuff outside the potions classroom on a Thursday evening in November. And that the second-year was going to be so comprehensively terrified of Flint's Slytherin prefect badge, an accompanying expression of casual cruelty, that she was going to stand there in silent misery, rather than walking away, because she'd never been given adequate data on the fact that prefect badges don't actually grant the authority to make people stand there and be miserable. Harry had been on his way back from the rock chamber. He'd come in through the side entrance on the north face, one of the entry points he'd mapped, accessible via a root tunnel under the forest edge that came out behind a tapestry in the corridor outside the potions classroom, and had arrived via this route without being heard in the corridor at the exact moment Flint had the second year backed against the wall. He thought about it for approximately 2 seconds. Then he did the thing that Bruce had made him practice for 8 weeks. He used the environment. The corridor outside the potions classroom was, at 7 in the evening, lit by 4 torches. Harry, in his hex, weave cloak, moved to the alcove beside the nearest torch. He reached up and, using the small collapsible tool Bruce had built into the cloak's left cuff, a precise little device that could adjust wick height without touching flame, reduced the torch's output by 60% in under 3 seconds. The corridor went considerably darker. Flint looked up. Harry was already at the next torch. Another 60%, and while Flint was still looking at the second torch, trying to understand what was happening, Harry had moved to the gap in the stone behind him, the specific shadow lane where the pillar met the wall, and was standing very still in it, 2 feet behind Marcus Flint, in near complete shadow. He didn't say anything. He just stood there and waited for Flint to feel it. This was the thing about human beings that Bruce had explained to Harry in the 3rd week of training, and that Harry had initially been skeptical about and had now, through accumulated evidence, come to accept as a fundamental truth. People have threat detection instincts that operate entirely below conscious awareness. They don't need to see the thing. They don't need to hear it. If something is behind them close enough, with sufficient stillness that it reads as intentional rather than accidental, the back of the neck does something. The hairs on the arms do something. The body, before the brain has processed anything, knows. Marcus Flint turned around. There was nothing there. There was very specifically and quite deliberately nothing there because Harry had moved silently 1 step to the right in the half-second before Flint turned and was now behind the pillar. Flint stood very still. The second year, who had watched this with wide eyes and was now doing the math and apparently arriving at the conclusion that leaving was the correct call, left quickly. Without being stopped, Flint spent another 10 seconds staring at the dark corridor. Then he left too. Faster than the second year, not running but close. Harry stood behind the pillar for another 30 seconds, because Bruce had drilled it into him that leaving too early was the single most common mistake, that the instinct to move after the situation resolved was an instinct built for a different kind of situation. And then he walked back through the north entrance and went to the rock chamber and sat down and thought about what had just happened. He picked up a piece of chalk from the supply kit on the shelf. He drew a shape on a piece of paper. Small, angular, like wings. Then he went back to the potions corridor and, in the shadow behind the pillar where he'd been standing, drew that same shape on the stone wall at shin height. Subtle, easy to miss, but there if you knew to look. He went to bed. By the end of November, there were 7 bat symbols chalked in locations around the castle. All in shadow, all at shin height, all in spots that only someone who was already moving through the castle the way Harry moved through it, low, attentive, through the gaps and the blind spots, would think to mark. Harry had not told Bruce about this. He told Bruce about it on a Thursday morning when he brought the intelligence report Hermione had compiled. She'd added to it by this point. The Death Eater formation notes now supplemented with a systematic breakdown of Umbridge's inquisitorial squad and their patrol patterns. Because Hermione Granger, once she committed to something, committed with the thoroughness of a structural engineer, and mentioned at the end of the briefing that there was also a secondary project in progress. Bruce listened to the description of the 7 symbols without expression. "The symbol is the bat," he said when Harry finished. "Yes," Harry said, "not a Gryffindor symbol, not a lightning bolt. The bat." "It felt right," Harry said. It should connect to something they don't have a framework for. If I used a Gryffindor symbol, they'd know what box to put it in. This way they have to make up a box, and the box they make up is probably scarier than anything I'd design." Bruce was quiet for a moment. "Who's seen them?" "Pansy Parkinson found the one near the Slytherin common room entrance on Monday," Harry said. "I was watching from the shadow above the corridor. She looked at it for about 40 seconds, then went inside and didn't come back out for the rest of the evening. He paused. The one outside the Inquisitorial Squad's meeting room was found by Draco Malfoy on Wednesday morning. He photographed it with a magical imprinting device, basically a wizarding camera, and I'm assuming sent the image to his father. Bruce's attention sharpened. "You're assuming, or you confirmed?" Harry reached into his cloak and produced a small glass vial, one of the reconnaissance capsules, the ones that captured ambient magical communications within a 6-foot radius, and set it on the table. "I confirmed," he said. "The message went out 20 minutes after Malfoy found the symbol." The content was, he paused, agitated. Bruce picked up the vial, examined it. "You're expanding the operation without briefing me," he said. It wasn't an accusation. It was an observation, delivered with the specific quality of attention that meant he was deciding how he felt about it. "You told me the plan is the weapon," Harry said. "The plan needed a component you hadn't built yet. I built it." Bruce set the vial down, looked at Harry for a long moment. "The symbol on Malfoy's message," he said. "What does it say to Lucius Malfoy?" Harry thought about it. "That there's something in Hogwarts that doesn't fit," he said. "Something non-magical, or at least non-standard. Something that found its way into a location that should be secure, without triggering the wards, without leaving a trace except what it chose to leave." He paused. "It says, someone has been here and you didn't know." "And to Voldemort when Lucius passes it up the chain," Harry was quiet for a moment. "The same thing," he said, "but louder." Bruce picked up the vial again, turned it in his hands, then he set it down and said, "Add 3 more symbols. Specific locations, I'll identify them. The Slytherin Quidditch changing room, the corridor behind the trophy room, and the entrance to the underground passages beneath the East Wing." Harry looked at him. "Why those?" "Because those are the 3 locations that Voldemort's surveillance network uses as dead drops," Bruce said. "Hermione's formation notes confirmed it, and the communication capsule data you just brought me confirms it specifically. Those 3 locations are places that Voldemort's people consider secure. Finding the symbol there says something very different from finding it in a general corridor." "It says he knows exactly where to look," Harry said slowly. "It says," Bruce said, "that there is nowhere he considers safe that hasn't already been visited." Harry looked at the 3 locations on the map. Then he picked up the chalk. Part 3. The Draco problem. Harry had been thinking about Draco Malfoy for 6 weeks, and what he'd arrived at was uncomfortable enough that he hadn't wanted to say it out loud until he was sure. He was sure on a Tuesday in December, after watching Draco in Potions. Not watching the way he used to watch Draco, which was reactive, adversarial, the watching of someone who expected a problem and was ready to be irritated by it. Watching the way Bruce had taught him. Data, collection, pattern, recognition, the specific attention you paid to someone when you were trying to understand them rather than counter them. What Harry saw in Draco on that Tuesday, and had been seeing, now that he was looking for it, for several weeks, was something that he recognized because he'd seen it in his own reflection more times than he was going to count. Draco Malfoy was afraid, not of Harry. Not even exactly of Voldemort. Afraid of the specific thing that Harry understood on a cellular level. The fear of the person who has no safe place, who has been given a role that was never asked for, and a future that was never chosen, and who is performing confidence so constantly and so exhaustingly that the performance has started to crack at the edges in ways that anyone paying real attention could see. Draco, Harry had observed over 6 weeks of actual attention, did the following things in the specific pattern of someone who was holding himself together through force of habit alone. He ate less at mealtimes than he used to, and made up for it by talking louder. He'd stopped initiating the easy cruelties that had characterized his first-year behavior, and instead responded to them when Crabbe and Goyle prompted them, like an actor waiting for his cue. And this was the one that had landed hardest, that had made Harry sit very still in the shadow of the potions classroom and think for a long time. He had, 3 weeks ago, stood alone in the corridor outside the owlery for 40 minutes, holding a letter he never sent, before putting it back in his pocket and walking away. Harry didn't know who the letter was addressed to, but he knew what it looked like when someone was trying to reach out and couldn't. "I want to talk about Draco Malfoy," Harry said at the next morning's session. Bruce looked at him. "Tell me what you've observed," he said. Harry told him. All of it, the eating patterns, the changed behavior, the letter in the corridor. Bruce listened without interrupting, which was what he did when the information being presented was something he was processing rather than something he'd already categorized. "He's being positioned," Bruce said when Harry finished. "His father is setting him up for something. Based on Hermione's intelligence on Voldemort's inner circle, Lucius Malfoy has been under significant pressure since the failed Department of Mysteries operation. He needs to demonstrate continued usefulness. His son is the most direct resource he has. So Draco's going to be used for something," Harry said. "Almost certainly," Bruce said. "The question is whether he knows it and whether he wants it." "He doesn't want it," Harry said with a certainty that surprised him slightly when he heard it out loud. Bruce looked at him. "What's that based on?" "The letter he didn't send," Harry said. "If he was committed, if he believed in what his father represents, there's nothing to reach out about. You only reach for an exit when some part of you is looking for one." Bruce was quiet for a moment. "And you want to help him find it." "I want to give him information," Harry said, which was the thing he'd landed on after 6 weeks of thinking about it, because it was both more accurate and less presumptuous than help. "I don't want to approach him directly, he'd never accept it. But if the right things were visible to him at the right times, information about what his father's path actually leads to, what Voldemort actually does to the people who serve him," he paused. "People make different choices when they have accurate data." "You're talking about a psychological operation," Bruce said, "targeted at a 12-year-old. I'm talking about giving a 12-year-old accurate information about the thing he's being pushed toward," Harry said. "Which is something that nobody did for me about the Dursleys, and I would have benefited from. Silence, the particular kind." "What information?" Bruce said eventually. "What happened to Voldemort's servants during the First War," Harry said. "The ones who were no longer useful, the ones who failed. I think if Draco actually understood what his father's world looks like from the inside, not the power, not the status, but what it costs, he might make a different calculation." Bruce looked at him for a long time. "You're not wrong," he said. "You might also be asking him to make a choice that puts him in significant danger from his own family." "I know," Harry said. "That's why I'm thinking about it carefully instead of just doing it." Bruce nodded, slowly. "I'll think about the method," he said. "You think about the information. We need it to be things he can verify independently. Not propaganda. Evidence." Harry nodded. It would take 3 weeks to build the information package. It would take 1 more week to find the right way to leave it somewhere Draco would find it and couldn't dismiss it as a setup. And it would be 2 months before Harry saw the result. Saw Draco, alone in a corridor, reading something on a small scroll with an expression that had moved. By the time he reached the end, from contempt through confusion through something that sat very still and didn't have a name yet. But the seed was there. Part 4. The first field tests the Death Eater courier's name, according to Hermione's intelligence network, which had grown by December, to include an alliance with a 5th-year Ravenclaw named Penelope Clearwater, who had her own reasons for paying attention to suspicious owl traffic. Was Avery Jr. He was not a particularly impressive Death Eater. He was, in Hermione's assessment, primarily a message carrier, one of the people Voldemort's inner circle used for communications that were considered too sensitive for Owl Post and too low priority for an actual operative. He moved through Hogsmeade once a month, on the last Saturday, carrying sealed communications from a contact in the Three Broomsticks to a dead drop behind the post office. Harry knew the route. He'd walked it twice in civilian clothes, timing it, mapping the shadow lanes, identifying the 4 points of cover and the 2 points of unavoidable exposure. He'd gone over it with Bruce 6 times. He'd rehearsed the specific sequence of movements 11 times in the room of requirement. In a layout he'd asked the room to build from his map. and the room had built it with a specificity that still occasionally stopped him in his tracks. The morning of the last Saturday in December, he went over the plan one more time. "Walk me through it," Bruce said. "Avery moves from the 3 broomsticks at approximately 2:30, Harry said. He takes the east lane past Dervish and Banges, cuts through the alley beside the post office and accesses the dead drop, a loose stone in the 3rd pillar of the post office's south arcade at approximately 2:45. Total time in the lane, 4 minutes. Points of cover: the archway at the lane entrance, the recessed doorway of the closed cobbler shop at the midpoint, the gap between the post office wall and the fence at the far end. Points of exposure: the midpoint of the lane where the cobbler doorway is more than 6 feet from the wall. I'm across open ground for approximately 2 seconds, and the moment of accessing the dead drop, where he'll be stationary. "Which is your window?" Bruce said. "Which is my window?" Harry agreed. "While he's stationary at the pillar I approach from the fence gap. He won't hear me, I'll have the sound dampeners active. The darkness powder goes down at the archway entrance, that cuts his sightline and his primary exit. From there, it's the sonic disorientation emitter, 30 seconds, which research suggests is sufficient to interrupt magical concentration. Then pressure point, wrist and shoulder to drop his wand arm. Binding. Intelligence extraction from his robe pockets. Hermione says the physical documents are always in the left inner pocket. Then I leave the package for the aurors at the agreed point." He paused. "And the symbol," Bruce said. "On the pillar," Harry said. "At shin height." Bruce was quiet for a moment. "Variables. He might have backup I haven't identified," Harry said. "I've done 3 surveillance runs and found none, but I can't guarantee it. He might have warding on his person that interferes with the sonic emitter. I've checked his known profile, and there's no record of specialist warding, but again, not guaranteed. The 2-second exposure crossing is the highest risk point. If he turns at the wrong moment, I need to abort and go to the alternate lane." "Which is?" "Back through the archway and out via the north alley. I lose the operation, but I don't get made." "And if he's already seen you when you abort?" Harry was quiet for a moment. "Then I have a problem," he said, "and I improvise." Bruce looked at him steadily. "Improvisation is what happens when preparation has failed," he said. "It is not a plan, it's a reminder that the plan was insufficient." "I know," Harry said. "That's why I'm hoping not to need it." Bruce nodded. "Go," he said. "And Harry stopped. "First field test," Bruce said. "The objective is to complete the operation, that's all, not to do it perfectly, not to do it fast, to complete it. If something goes wrong and you have to pull back, you pull back. Completing the operation alive and unidentified beats completing it fast and getting burned." "Got it," Harry said. "One more thing," Bruce said. "How do you feel?" Harry considered this seriously because Bruce asked it seriously and it deserved a real answer. "Calm," he said after a moment, and then with more honesty, "Scared, both." "Good," Bruce said. "That's the right combination. Fear keeps you sharp, calm keeps you functional. The day you're only one of those, you've got a problem." Harry went to Hogsmeade. He was back in the rock chamber by 3:30, carrying a sealed leather document pouch and the memory of the last 45 minutes with the specific clarity that adrenaline gives things. Every detail present, every second accounted for. The way a film plays back frame by frame when you've been running on full attention. It had gone, in the ways that mattered, correctly. It had also gone, in several ways that he was going to have to account for in the debrief, not exactly as planned. The backup he hadn't identified turned out to be not a person, but a tracking charm on Avery's left boot that had activated when the darkness powder went down. He'd felt it go off. A pulse of something that his Wayne Tech detection band had registered as a communication burst, and had immediately accelerated the timeline, dropping the sonic emitter early and going straight for the pressure point rather than waiting for the standard window. He'd gotten the wand. He'd gotten the documents. He'd gotten Avery bound and propped against the pillar, with the intelligence extraction completed in under 4 minutes, instead of the planned 7. The 2-second exposure crossing had turned into 5 seconds because there was a Hogsmeade resident cutting through the alley that he hadn't accounted for, and he'd had to stop against the wall for 90 seconds while she passed. The bat symbol on the pillar was clean. He set the document pouch on the table and looked at Bruce, who was looking at him with the expression that was his version of relief, which looked, on Bruce's face, mostly like careful attention. "The tracking charm," Harry said. "I didn't catch it in the surveillance runs." "It was probably applied the morning of," Bruce said. He picked up the pouch, examined the seal, unbroken on Harry's side. Hermione's extraction device had gone through the back. "Standard counter surveillance. They rotate the method. You'll need a wider spectrum scanner for the next one." "The timing gap on the crossing. You adapted," Bruce said. "Correctly. You didn't rush through and blow your cover because you were behind schedule. You waited." He looked up. "That's not a failure. That's the plan working." Harry was quiet for a moment. The adrenaline was settling into something else, the specific exhausted clarity of the aftermath, when everything slows back down and you're sitting in the reality of what just happened. "It worked," he said. "Yes," Bruce said. "Nobody got hurt." "No, the documents," Harry nodded at the pouch. "What are they?" "We'll have Hermione look at them tonight," Bruce said. "But based on the courier and the dead drop location." He paused. "Probably communication between Voldemort's inner circle and a contact in the Ministry, which means they're more valuable than anything we could have extracted in a direct confrontation." Harry absorbed this. Then he said, "He's going to hear about this." "Voldemort," Bruce said. It wasn't a question. "The tracking charm sent a communication burst when the darkness powder went down." Harry said, "Which means someone in his network got a signal that the dead drop was compromised. He's going to know something happened in that alley." "Good," Bruce said. Harry looked at him. "He already knew something was in this castle that he couldn't categorize," Bruce said. "Now he knows it can operate outside the castle too. Now he knows it can find his dead drops." He looked at Harry steadily. "You just told Voldemort that wherever he considers safe, he might be wrong." Harry was quiet for a moment. Then, "And that terrifies him." "It will," Bruce said. "Not immediately. First he'll be angry, then he'll investigate and find nothing. Then he'll be afraid," Harry said. "Then," Bruce said, "he'll understand what fear of the unknown actually feels like." Harry looked at the bat symbol sketched in his notebook, the rough, angular shape that was becoming in the corridors and dungeons of Hogwarts. Something that people whispered about rather than described, because the description kept changing based on who was telling it. The Gryffindor ghost, some called it, the shadow in the dungeons, the mark. Harry looked at it for a moment. Then he closed the notebook and the chapter and went to find Hermione because there were documents to decode and a war to understand. And the night, as Bruce had told him on his very first morning in the forest, was just a resource. One you either used or wasted. Harry Potter did not waste things. Part 5. The report that reached the Dark Lord. The message arrived at Malfoy Manor on the first day of January. Lucius Malfoy read it twice, then summoned a fire and read it a third time in the light of it, because some messages deserved more than a single reading, and this was one of them. It was from 3 separate sources, cross-referenced, which Lucius had learned over a long career was the only kind of information worth trusting. The first source was Avery Jr., who had been found in the Hogsmeade alley by a Ministry official and had, once recovered enough to communicate, provided an account of the incident that had left Lucius with more questions than answers. The second source was Draco, whose report on the chalk symbols in the castle corridors Lucius had initially dismissed as student nonsense and was now reconsidering. The third source was the tracking charm's communication burst, analyzed by the Dark Lord's technical operative, which had identified the pulse that disrupted it as non-magical in origin. Not a counter spell, not a ward, something else. Lucius set the message down on the desk and looked at the wall for a long time. Then he sent a letter. Not to another operative, not to a contact in the Ministry, to the Dark Lord. The letter was 6 sentences long. It said, in the careful, precise language that you used when reporting to someone whose response to bad news was historically non-linear. There is something operating in and around Hogwarts that we cannot currently classify. It does not appear to be magical in origin. It is finding our secure locations. It is leaving a mark. The sixth sentence, which Lucius chose with care because it was the sentence that the Dark Lord most needed to hear, even though it was also the sentence most likely to produce a non-linear response, was, "We do not know what it is." The reply came in 2 days. It was 3 words in the Dark Lord's distinctive handwriting, which had the quality of something that had been written by a hand that didn't quite experience the pen the way other hands did. Find out. Immediately. In his study in Malfoy Manor, Lucius read those 3 words and felt, for the first time in a long time, something he recognized as the specific texture of a problem that was not going to resolve cleanly. In the Forbidden Forest, in the rock chamber behind 3 boulders, Harry Potter was asleep on the floor in his hex, weave cloak with a notebook open on his chest and a piece of chalk still in his hand. Hedwig was watching the perimeter. The castle was quiet. And somewhere in the dungeons, on a wall behind a pillar at shin height, a small angular shape sat in the dark and waited to be found by the next person who thought they were safe. Chapter 4. The Anatomy of Immortality. Voldemort didn't hide his soul because he was powerful. He hid it because he was afraid. Fear leaves evidence. Part 1. The problem with immortality, the problem with immortality, Bruce explained. On a grey Tuesday morning in February, with rain coming in sideways off the Scottish Highlands and the forest dripping in that specific relentless way that suggested it, had decided to make rain its entire personality for the foreseeable future, was that it required infrastructure. Everything requires infrastructure, Bruce said. He was standing at the central surface of the rock chamber, which had been, over the past several months, gradually transformed from a staging area into something that functioned like a proper operations room. Maps, timelines, a communication grid, the accumulated intelligence from Hermione's research network, Cross, referenced with the document package from the Hogsmeade operation, and 4 subsequent captures, laid out in the specific organized density that Bruce called an evidence architecture, and Harry had come to think of as the physical shape of understanding a problem. Every system of power, no matter how sophisticated, requires infrastructure to maintain itself. Infrastructure leaves traces. Traces can be found. Harry was sitting on the far side of the surface, looking at the section of the evidence architecture that he'd spent 3 evenings building with Hermione. A timeline of Voldemort's movements and activities from the period before his first fall, annotated with location data and cross, referenced against historical ministry records that Hermione had accessed via a truly impressive abuse of her library research privileges. Horcruxes, Harry said. It wasn't a new word for him. Dumbledore had mentioned it once, obliquely, in the kind of way that adults mention things when they wanted you to know that the subject existed but weren't ready to hand you the full file. Harry had looked it up. Hermione had looked it up more comprehensively, and what she'd found buried in a restricted text called Magic Most Evile, which she'd accessed via a loan request she'd submitted under the category of Advanced Dark Arts Historical Survey. With the confidence of someone who has never once been refused a book, had been enough to make both of them sit very still for a while. Horcruxes, Bruce confirmed. Walk me through what you know. A Horcrux is an object into which a piece of a person's soul has been split and anchored, Harry said, because the way Bruce had taught him to process information was to be able to say it back without looking at the notes. The soul piece survives independently of the body. If the body is destroyed, the soul piece persists. The person can't die as long as at least one Horcrux remains intact. To actually kill Voldemort, he paused, you'd have to destroy all of them first, every Horcrux gone before the body can die permanently? How many? Bruce said. Unknown, Harry said. The texts don't give a number for what he specifically made. What we know is that making one requires something so fundamentally against the nature of a person's soul that it causes a split, a fracture. The soul isn't designed for it. Every Horcrux made damages the maker irreversibly, which means, Bruce said, that a person who made multiple Horcruxes was willing to accept repeated, escalating, irreversible damage to themselves in exchange for the guarantee of survival, which tells you something about the specific quality of their fear. Harry looked up from the timeline. He's terrified of dying, he said. Not just terrified, Bruce said. Look at the architectural decision. He didn't make one Horcrux, based on what the evidence suggests. He gestured at the timeline section. The degradation in his magic, the documented behavioral changes, the specific way witnesses describe his physical appearance across different periods. He made multiple, which means every time he made one, he accepted the damage and then decided the fear was still bigger than the damage and made another one. Harry stared at the timeline. He built a system, he said slowly, multiple redundancies. He was so afraid of the one point of failure that he kept adding backups until the backup system was more complex than the original problem. Welcome to the psychology of every infrastructure disaster in history, Bruce said. The more afraid someone is of a single point of failure, the more elaborate their workaround becomes. And elaborate systems, he tapped the evidence architecture, have elaborate traces. Because every object he turned into a Horcrux had to be significant to him, Harry said, connecting it. You don't anchor your soul to something you don't care about. The object has to matter. Which means the Horcruxes are findable, Bruce said. Not through magical intuition, through pattern analysis, through understanding what Tom Riddle, what Voldemort valued, collected, considered worth anchoring himself to, through understanding the psychology of the fear. He looked at Harry. And through understanding the physical evidence. He reached under the central surface and produced a device that Harry had seen before, but hadn't yet been briefed on in this context. A Wayne Tech thermal array unit, slightly different from the standard reconnaissance configuration, with an additional sensor module attached to its left side that had the look of something recently engineered rather than production, standard. Dark magic, Bruce said, leaves a residue. Magical researchers have known this for centuries. It's the basis for curse detection, for warding audit procedures, for half the forensic work that the Auror office theoretically performs. What they've been less focused on, because their detection tools are designed for proximity range, is that the residue has a frequency signature, a specific pattern in the magical spectrum that differentiates it from ambient magical background. He set the device on the surface. This reads that signature at extended range, up to approximately 400 meters in open conditions, somewhat less through significant structural interference. I've been calibrating it for the past 6 weeks against known dark magical objects. He nodded toward the shelf at the back of the chamber, where a small collection of confiscated items sat in containment boxes. And I can now differentiate, with a reasonable confidence level, between a standard dark artifact and something carrying what the frequency pattern suggests is a soul anchor. Harry stared at him. You built a Horcrux detector, he said. I built a device that detects a specific type of dark magical signature that correlates with soul anchor objects, Bruce said. Whether every object it flags is actually a Horcrux is something we'll need to verify. But it gives us a starting point that doesn't require locating every object Voldemort ever touched and examining them individually. Harry looked at the device, then at the timeline, then at Bruce. Where do we start? He said. With the map, Bruce said, and the psychology. Part 2. The architecture of fear. They spent 3 weeks building what Bruce called the target profile and what Harry privately thought of as the most unsettling document he'd ever seen, which was saying something given that he'd read magic most evile and found it deeply unpleasant. The target profile was not a biography. Bruce was explicit about this. A biography told you what someone did. A target profile told you why, and the why was what you needed when you were trying to predict where something was. It combined psychological analysis, the specific pattern of choices Voldemort had made, the fears those choices revealed, the things he valued and the way he valued them, with historical location data, known associations, documented visits, and the particular forensic truth that people who are hiding things tend to hide them close to things that matter to them. What emerged, across 3 weeks of Hermione's research and Harry's mapping and Bruce's analytical framework, was a picture of a person who had been, underneath everything, catastrophically afraid of being ordinary. Tom Riddle. Bruce said, on the third Saturday morning, looking at the completed profile, was an orphan who discovered that he was special. Not just magically talented, that was common enough in his world, but descended from a line that he'd been taught to believe represented the pinnacle of magical heritage. The discovery of that heritage didn't satisfy him. It amplified the need. Every piece of status he acquired became a floor, not a ceiling. He was always building toward something he couldn't name because what he was actually building toward was a permanent guarantee that he could never be ordinary again. Never be powerless again. Never be, he paused. Never be the kid in the orphanage, Harry said quietly. Bruce looked at him. Never be the one that nobody came back for, Harry said. He said it flatly, without drama, the way you state a fact you've had time to examine. That's what all of it is, isn't it? Every Horcrux, every title, every terrible thing. It's the longest, most destructive response to abandonment that anyone has ever constructed. Bruce was quiet for a moment. Yes, he said, it is. It doesn't make it forgivable, Harry said, in the tone of someone who is being careful to be precise. No, Bruce said, it doesn't. Understanding why someone built a catastrophe doesn't make the catastrophe less real, but it makes the infrastructure legible. And legible infrastructure can be mapped, Harry said. They looked at the map. There were, based on the combined analysis, 6 probable Horcrux locations. Bruce had ranked them by confidence level. 3 high confidence, 2 medium, 1 speculative. The high confidence locations were based on the convergence of multiple evidence streams: psychological profile alignment, location history, the specific class of objects that matched what the profile predicted Voldemort would consider significant enough to use. The medium, confidence locations were single, stream inferences. The speculative one was a hypothesis about an object they couldn't yet identify, based on a gap in the pattern that suggested something was missing from the picture. The one that concerned Harry most was not on the map. What about the one inside the castle? Harry said. Bruce looked at him. Tell me your reasoning. The diadem, Harry said. Rowena Ravenclaw's diadem. It's been missing for centuries. The historical record on it goes cold at a specific point that, when you map it against Riddle's school years here, correlates with his time as a student. He was here. He found things in this castle that nobody else found. The room of requirement exists. I found it. He could have found it. If he found a place to hide something, he paused. He would have hidden it somewhere he was certain no one else would look. Somewhere that required exactly the kind of knowledge he'd worked to acquire and didn't share. Bruce looked at the map, then at Harry. You want to look for it, he said. I think it's in the room, Harry said. I think the room has a configuration we haven't accessed, one that's specifically about storage, concealment, a place to hide things. I think if we approach it with the right requirement in mind, you could access whatever it's been storing, Bruce said. He was quiet for a moment. That's a significant if. It's a significant if, Harry agreed. But if I'm right, it's also a Horcrux we don't need to infiltrate anywhere to destroy. It's already here. Bruce looked at the map for a long time. Then he said, What's your plan for the other 3 high-confidence locations? 2 can be accessed through standard intelligence operations. Harry said, The locket is in a location we can reach. The cup, that one's harder. It's in Gringotts, which is a different order of problem. He paused. The third one is Malfoy Manor, Bruce said. Yes, Harry said. Silence. We're not ready for Malfoy Manor, Bruce said. Not yet. I know, Harry said, but I wanted it on the table. It's on the table, Bruce said. Keep working the profile, and Harry, he waited until Harry looked up. The speculative Horcrux, the one we can't identify. I have a hypothesis about it, and I need you to hear it without reacting until I've finished. Harry put his pen down. Tell me, he said, Bruce told him. Harry sat very still for 45 seconds. Then he said, with a control that Bruce recognized and respected. If you're right, if I'm right, Bruce said, we address it last, and we address it together. And there will be a way through it that doesn't end the way you're currently thinking it ends. Harry looked at the map. He looked at the scar on the back of his hand, the one from the blood Quill Umbridge had used, not the one on his forehead. A different kind of mark. The kind that was chosen rather than given. How confident are you? He said. 70%, Bruce said, which means I'm 30% wrong. Those aren't great odds, Harry said. No, Bruce said, but it's what we have, and we work with what we have. Harry nodded, once, and picked up the pen. Part 3. The briefing for the Malfoy Manor operation took 4 sessions and produced a document that was, at 19 pages, the most comprehensive plan Harry had ever been part of constructing. It covered approach routes, ward architecture analysis, internal layout based on intelligence from 3 separate sources, timing windows based on a month of surveilling the manor's occupancy patterns via Hedwig's reconnaissance network, contingency branches for 11 identified failure modes, and a 1-page appendix titled If Everything Goes Wrong, which Bruce had written and Harry had read 3 times, and which remained the most uncomfortable single page of writing he'd ever encountered. The ward architecture was the primary challenge, and it was Hermione who cracked it. She'd been working on it for 6 weeks. Referencing the theoretical framework for the specific type of wards the Malfoy family used, old money, old magic. The kind of warding that had been layered over centuries and was, at the outer perimeter, effectively impenetrable by any standard approach, with something she'd found in a 7th-century text on architectural warding theory that had been, prior to Hermione's visit, apparently unopened since approximately 1953. The problem with old wards. Hermione said, setting out her notes on the rock chamber surface with the precise energy of someone delivering a presentation they are deeply invested in, is that they're built to resist attack from outside. From magical attack, specifically. They assume that anyone attempting entry will be approaching from a position of magical assault. What they don't account for. She paused for effect, because Hermione had been spending time around Bruce and had absorbed, apparently, his understanding of the theatrical. Is approach from below. Harry looked at the ward diagram she'd produced. It was detailed to the point of being almost beautiful, color-coded, annotated with elevation cross sections that showed the ward envelope in 3 dimensions. The outer perimeter wards extend to a depth of approximately 8 feet below ground level, Hermione said. Standard practice. The assumption is that 8 feet is deeper than any approach tunnel could be reasonably excavated without significant magical effort that the wards would detect. What the warding architects didn't account for, she pointed to the south-east corner of the diagram, is that Malfoy Manor was built on top of a pre-existing drainage system. Victorian-era Muggle construction, part of the old estate infrastructure from before the Malfoy family acquired the property. It runs at a depth of approximately 12 feet. Silence. They built their ward floor above a Muggle drainage tunnel, Harry said. They built their ward floor above a Muggle drainage tunnel, Hermione confirmed, with the expression of someone who has been waiting 6 weeks to say this sentence. The tunnel runs from the south field, passes under the east garden, and surfaces in the old stable block, which is now a groundskeeper's storage area approximately 40 feet from the manor's east service entrance. Harry looked at Bruce. Bruce was looking at the diagram with an expression that was, for Bruce, quite warm. Hermione, he said, this is excellent work. Hermione stood slightly straighter, with the specific pleasure of a person who has been told their excellence has been noticed by someone whose assessment they consider rigorous. The service entrance, Harry said. What are we looking at from there to the interior? 3 doors, Hermione said. The service entrance itself, which has a standard lock, Muggle mechanical, the Malfoys have never considered it worth warding because it's inside the ward perimeter. A corridor door at the junction of the East Passage and the main hall, and the entrance to the cellar level where the vault is. Guards, Bruce said. 2 on the main floor, Hermione said. On a standard evening, no information on the cellar level. Access to that data was beyond what our intelligence network could reach. We assume there are more, Bruce said. He looked at Harry. Contingency C applies if the cellar level is guarded. Harry nodded. He'd memorized all 11 contingency branches. Contingency C involved a specific application of the darkness powder, the sonic emitter, and a retreat route that went back through the service entrance and the tunnel and didn't include the Horcrux. He didn't love Contingency C, which was probably why he'd memorized it most carefully. When? Harry said. 3 weeks, Bruce said. Lucius Malfoy has a ministry function on the 15th. We've confirmed he'll be in London from 7 in the evening. Draco is at school. Narcissa is, he paused. An unknown, we work around her. And Bellatrix, Harry said. Bruce looked at him steadily. Bellatrix Lestrange is the highest risk element of this operation, he said. If she's present, the risk profile changes significantly. She is, by every available assessment, one of the most dangerous combat wizards currently operating. She does not think the way other Death Eaters think. She is not rational in the way that makes people predictable. So how do we handle her? Harry said. Not with magic, Bruce said. Not with physical confrontation. If we encounter Bellatrix Lestrange, we use the 2 things she cannot counter, disorientation and psychology. He paused. And I need you to understand that the psychological component is going to feel wrong. It's going to feel like cruelty. Tell me, Harry said. Bruce told him about the sonic emitter, the specific frequency that disrupted magical concentration, that Bruce had derived from 3 months of analysis of documented Cruciatus casting patterns. The specific understanding that high power curse casting required a quality of focused intent that became physically impossible when the auditory processing centers were overwhelmed at the right frequency. Then he told Harry about the second component. Harry listened. He didn't interrupt. When Bruce finished, Harry was quiet for a long moment. You want to use his voice, Harry said. Voldemort's voice. A construct, Bruce said. A recording of documented speech patterns processed through a voice synthesis system expressing very specifically disappointment, failure, the specific thing that Bellatrix Lestrange has spent her entire adult life in terror of hearing. He held Harry's gaze. It will work. The psychological profile is clear. Her entire identity is constructed around his approval. Hearing that approval withdrawn, even artificially, will produce a response that no physical attack could match. It's using her love against her, Harry said. It's using her dependence, Bruce said. There's a distinction. Is there? Harry said. Silence, the kind that'd wait. Yes, Bruce said. What she has for him isn't love. Love doesn't require you to destroy yourself in service of it. What she has is a need so total that it has replaced her identity. Using it against her isn't corrupting something pure. It's using the cage against the animal inside it. Harry said quietly. Bruce looked at him. That's one way to put it. I don't like it, Harry said. I know, Bruce said. I'm not asking you to like it. I'm asking you to understand why it's the right call and to be honest with yourself about whether you can execute it. Harry thought about it. Really thought, not the fast reactive processing that was his default, but the slow architectural thinking that Bruce had been building in him for months. He thought about Bellatrix and what she'd done. What she'd do again. He thought about what the right call meant and what it cost. I can execute it, he said. But I want it on record, and I'm telling you now so you can hold me to it later, that if there's ever a non-psychological method that achieves the same result, we use that instead. Agreed, Bruce said immediately. This is a specific circumstance tool, not a default. Harry nodded. Once. Okay, he said. Let's go over Contingency C one more time. Part 4. Below the ward floor, the tunnel smelled like old stone and standing water and 3 centuries of Muggle drainage infrastructure. which was not a combination that Harry would have chosen to spend 40 minutes in, but which had the significant operational advantage of being completely undetectable from above. He moved through it on his elbows in the full tactical configuration. Hex, weave cloak, thermal goggles, sound dampeners. The operational kit distributed across 7 specific pockets, in a specific order that Bruce had drilled into him, until he could access any item in under 4 seconds in complete darkness without looking. Hedwig was positioned outside the manor's east perimeter, carrying 3 signal capsules and the instruction to activate the second one, the aura call signal, at the 45-minute mark if Harry hadn't sent the all clear 45 minutes. That was the window. He came up through the tunnel's exit point in the stable block at 7:23, exactly 2 minutes ahead of schedule, which was the margin Bruce insisted on for every operation. Build 2 minutes in so the unexpected doesn't make you late. The stable block was empty. The service entrance was 12 feet away across a stone, flagged path. He crossed it in the dark, moving the way Bruce had taught him. Not fast, not slow, the specific pace that generated the minimum of sound and the minimum of visual signature. Weight forward, heel never fully landing. He was at the service entrance door in 11 seconds. The lock was a Muggle mechanical deadbolt, late Victorian, the kind that had been installed once and never updated, because why would you update a lock that was inside your impenetrable magical perimeter? Harry had practiced the specific lock pick for this model in the rock chamber on an identical unit Bruce had sourced. He had it open in 38 seconds. The corridor beyond was dark. He switched the thermal goggles to interior mode, and the world resolved into a ghost landscape of heat signatures. 2 figures on the upper floor, visible through the ceiling as warm shapes moving with the casual pattern of people who are not expecting anything to happen. No signatures below him, which meant the cellar level was either unguarded or shielded. He moved to the corridor door, opened it, moved through. The junction of the east passage and the main hall was larger than the diagram had suggested. The diagram had been built from second-hand architectural records and was, Harry noted for the debrief, approximately 83% accurate, which was good, and also left 17% of room for things like the additional door on the left side of the junction that the records hadn't included, and that Harry catalogued as an unknown risk and moved past carefully. The cellar entrance was at the far end of the main hall. Stone stairs going down, no visible guard at the top. He went down. The cellar was not what he'd expected. He'd expected a vault, something formal, something secure. What he found was more like a private museum. Shelves of objects under preservation charms, display cases, the accumulated acquisitions of generations of Malfoys who had been, Harry was realizing, essentially very dark-minded collectors. The thermal goggles showed him no guards, just the room, just the objects, and on the south wall, in a display case that was warded separately from the others, specifically, distinctively, the ward signature reading on his detection band in the pattern that Bruce had calibrated for sole anchor objects, a locket, green and gold. Heavy looking, with a serpentine S worked into the surface. Harry stood in front of it for exactly 4 seconds, which was the time he'd allocated in the plan for confirmation before retrieval. The detection band was reading clearly. The psychological profile matched. This object fit everything they'd predicted about the class of thing Voldemort would choose. He opened his kit. The retrieval device was Hermione's work. A containment field generator that created a magically neutral space around the object before contact, preventing the soul fragment from registering the retrieval as a threat. It had taken her 11 weeks to build, and she'd tested it 47 times. It worked the way a surgeon's tool works, precisely, quietly, leaving nothing disturbed except the thing it was designed to move. He had the locket in the containment case in 60 seconds. He was turning to go when the door at the top of the stairs opened. Bellatrix Lestrange stood in the entrance. She was not Harry's brain registered with the specific calm that intense training produces in high-stress situations, wearing her Death Eater robes. She was wearing the ordinary clothes of someone who'd been in the house all evening and had decided, on some unplanned impulse, to come downstairs. Her wand was not raised. She'd come down for something mundane, not for this, which meant she hadn't seen him yet. The cellar was dark. Harry, in the hex, weave cloak with the thermal goggles in full opacity mode, was standing against the south wall in the shadow of the display shelving. He was, by any objective analysis, not visible. But Bellatrix was standing at the top of the stairs, and the stairs were the only exit. She came down. Harry did not move, did not breathe in any way that produced sound. He tracked her on the thermal display. She was moving toward the north wall, toward a specific case that she apparently had a reason to visit, and her path would take her within 4 feet of where he was standing, 4 feet. He had the emitter in his left hand. He had the voice construct device in his right. He had the specific sequence of activation memorized. Emitter first, 2 seconds, then voice construct, because the emitter needed to be running before the voice hit, because the voice alone would produce a reaction that might include wand, fire, and wand. Fire in a stone cellar with a killing curse was a non-survivable scenario. She was 6 feet away. 5. Her hand was reaching toward the north case. He activated the emitter. The frequency was inaudible to human hearing, that was the point. But what it did to magical concentration was immediate and total. Bellatrix's hand stopped moving. She made a sound that was almost nothing, a small, confused exhale, like someone who has suddenly forgotten a word they knew a moment ago, and her wand arm dropped slightly. Harry activated the voice construct. The voice that came from the small device in his right hand was not loud. It was barely above a whisper. But it was exact, the specific timbre, the specific coldness, the specific quality of a voice that had spent decades using its sound as a weapon, and what it said in the silence of the cellar was, "You have failed me, Bellatrix. I expected better." What happened to Bellatrix Lestrange in the next 7 seconds was something Harry would think about for a long time afterward, and not comfortably. She didn't scream. She didn't fight. She folded. Not physically, she was still standing, but something in her expression went through a sequence that Harry, watching through the thermal goggles, could not fully track, but could feel the shape of. Disbelief, then a desperate reaching for an alternative explanation, then a collapse into something that was purely, terribly private. Her wand arm went all the way down. Her other hand went to her face. Harry moved. He was past her in 3 steps, up the stairs in 4, through the main hall in 15 seconds. He didn't run. Running made noise. He moved the way he'd been trained to move, efficient, quiet, the kind of pace that covered ground without announcing itself. And he was through the service entrance and across the stable block and back into the tunnel before the emitter's effect would have fully cleared. He was out of the manor grounds in 6 minutes and 20 seconds. He sat in a field 200 meters from the perimeter and looked at the containment case in his hands. The locket inside it, Horcrux to the darkest wizard in a century, sitting in a box slightly smaller than a shoebox, looking like something you'd find at the back of a very old jewelry store. He sent the all-clear signal. Hedwig arrived in 40 seconds, settled on his arm, and looked at him with the specific expression she wore when she felt the situation called for acknowledgement. "I know," Harry said quietly. "I know." Part 5, the argument he told Bruce everything in the debrief. Every detail, including the 7 seconds. Bruce listened without interrupting. He asked 3 clarifying questions about the approach, 2 about the retrieval, and none about Bellatrix. Harry had expected one about Bellatrix, and the absence of it was its own kind of pressure. "She wasn't hurt," Harry said when he'd finished. "No," Bruce said. "The emitter's effect wears off in about 90 seconds, Harry said. "The voice construct, that might take longer." "The psychological component," he paused. "I don't know how long that takes to wear off." "Probably not fully," Bruce said. He said it straight because that was how Bruce dealt with difficult truths, not softened, not repackaged, just stated. A belief that deep doesn't reset from a single disruption. What you did will have introduced doubt. Whether that doubt resolves toward him or away from him depends on factors we can't control. Doubt about whether he really said it, Harry said. Or doubt about whether, if he did say it, she could recover from it, Bruce said. The two aren't the same kind of doubt. The first one is recoverable. The second one, he paused, is more complicated. Harry set the containment case on the surface between them. He looked at it. You said it was the right call, he said. It was, Bruce said. It felt like. Harry stopped. Started again. She's a monster. She's done genuinely terrible things. I know the list. I've read the file. I'm not confused about that. Another pause. But she was. In that moment, she was just a person who believed something completely, and I used that against her. And I don't know how to feel about the fact that it worked exactly the way you said it would. Bruce was quiet for a moment. It was not the quiet of someone searching for an answer. It was the quiet of someone deciding which of several true answers was most useful. You did something that was effective, non-lethal, and prevented a confrontation that would very likely have resulted in your death, he said. Those are the operational facts. The moral question, he paused. The moral question is one you're entitled to sit with. You should sit with it. The day that stops bothering you is a day I'd be concerned about. Harry looked at him. Does it still bother you? He said. The things you use, the methods. Bruce was quiet for considerably longer this time. Yes, he said, differently than it did at the beginning, but yes. Harry absorbed this. He picked up the containment case. He set it back down. He said, the next one is Gringotts. The next one, Bruce said, is everything we've learned from this one, applied to a problem that's about 20 times more complex. Great, Harry said, with a flatness that was not quite humor and not quite despair, and was somewhere in the specific territory between them that Bruce had started to think of as Harry's version of equanimity. There's something else, Bruce said. Harry looked up. The speculative Horcrux, Bruce said. My 70% hypothesis. What about it? The scan I ran last week, Bruce said, on the perimeter of the castle, the extended range configuration. He reached under the surface and put a single printed readout on the table. Harry looked at it. He looked at the spike in the magical frequency graph, the specific signature pattern that Bruce had calibrated for sole anchor objects. He looked at the location coordinates on the graph's horizontal axis. He looked at Bruce. That's, he started. Yes, Bruce said. The coordinates were not a room in the castle. They were not an object on a shelf or a vault in a bank or a piece of historical jewelry in a display case. They were Harry's own location. At the time of the scan, Harry sat very still. 70%, Bruce said quietly. And there will be a way through it. I told you that, and I meant it. We will find it. But I needed you to see the evidence instead of just hearing the theory, because you deserve to make decisions based on what's actually true. Harry looked at the readout for a long time, the frequency spike, the coordinates, the numbers that were, in their cold precision, the most significant thing anyone had ever shown him. He thought about what it meant. He let himself think about it, all the way through, the implications branching and expanding, the cost of it, what it would require. He sat with it the way Bruce had taught him to sit with the worst possibilities. Not flinching, not running, not pretending it was smaller than it was. Then he put the readout face down on the surface. We find a way, he said. We find a way, Bruce said. Harry stood up, picked up the containment case. I'm going to go tell Hermione about the locket, he said. She's going to want to do a full scan before we discuss next steps. Harry, Bruce said. Harry stopped. You did well tonight, Bruce said. The operation was clean. Your decisions were correct. You brought everyone home. Harry stood in the entrance to the rock chamber for a moment. The forest was dark and wet outside. Somewhere in the distance, something that lived in the deep forest made the sound it made when it was comfortable and settling for the night. Define everyone, Harry said. Everyone who matters to the operation, Bruce said. Which includes you, Harry nodded, went out into the dark. Bruce sat alone in the chamber for a while, looking at the evidence architecture, the maps, the timelines, the target profile, the readout he'd turned face down, and thought about the specific cost of doing things right. It wasn't a new thought. He'd had it in a dozen different caves, in a dozen different contexts, wearing a dozen different faces, but it didn't get lighter with repetition. That was both the truth and he'd come to understand the point. He put the readout back in its folder, filed it under a category he'd labeled, in the clinical shorthand of someone who has been here before, known variables. Resolution pending. Outside, the forest settled into the particular silence of something that has been watching for a long time and is not done watching yet. Chapter 5. The night Voldemort learned to fear the dark, he has spent 50 years making others afraid of him. He has never once considered what it would feel like to be afraid himself. Part 1. The preparation, the plan had been building for 8 months. Not in the dramatic sense, not the way plans build in stories, with mounting tension and clear milestones and a protagonist who knows at each step that they are building toward a specific moment. It had built the way real things build, incrementally in parallel threads through small decisions that didn't announce their significance until you looked back at the pattern they'd made. A notebook of castle measurements here, a surveillance route there. Hermione's research files, cross-referenced and annotated and re-annotated, expanding like a living document that was always one new piece of intelligence from becoming something more complete. By April, the plan had a shape. By May, it had a schedule. By the second week of May, the week that Harry's intelligence network, now comprising 7 people including Neville Longbottom, Luna Lovegood, and a quietly brilliant 5th year Hufflepuff named Susan Bones, who had turned out to have both a talent for logistics and a personal reason for wanting Voldemort's network dismantled, flagged the specific convergence of signals that Bruce had been waiting for. The signals said, soon. The signals said, the inner circle is mobilizing. The signals said that the thing Harry had been preparing for since a Wednesday morning in the Forbidden Forest 2 years ago was approximately 72 hours away. Harry told Bruce on a Thursday evening. Bruce looked at the intelligence summary, Hedwig's perimeter readings, the communication intercepts, the ministry movements that Hermione's contact in the Department of Magical Law Enforcement had flagged, and was quiet for a long time in the way he was quiet when he was running a complete operational assessment. Then he said, "Are we ready?" Harry thought about it. Seriously, because the question deserved seriousness, because the answer was not simple, and the temptation to give a simple answer was exactly the kind of thing Bruce had been training him away from for 2 years. "The infrastructure is ready," Harry said. "The Horcrux timeline is on schedule. Hermione confirmed the cup was destroyed 4 days ago, the diadem the week before. The locket's been gone for 3 months. The ring gone before we started, apparently. The snake is the last external one, and we have a plan for the snake." He paused. "The pre-positioning in the castle is complete. The trap corridors are set. Hedwig's relay network is operational. Neville knows his role. Luna knows hers. Susan has the logistics grid memorized." "That's the infrastructure," Bruce said. "Are you ready?" Harry was quiet for a moment. "No," he said. "But I don't think that's a state that's available. I think ready is something that happens or doesn't happen in the moment, and what I can control is the preparation that gives it the best chance of happening." Bruce looked at him for a long time. "That," he said, "is the right answer." The castle knew something was coming. Harry didn't know how to explain this in terms that were purely operational, so he mostly didn't try. He just accepted it as data, the way the portraits had become quieter in the past week, the way the staircases seemed to be making decisions with more than their usual deliberation, the way Peeves, who had been an ambient chaos element throughout Harry's time at Hogwarts, and whom Harry had therefore catalogued as an uncontrollable variable and planned around, had gone uncharacteristically still and watchful, floating in the upper corridors with the expression of something that has been around long enough to recognize the specific shape of a before. Harry made 2 visits in the 48 hours before the assault. The first was to Dumbledore's office. He hadn't told Dumbledore the full plan, not because he didn't trust Dumbledore, but because Dumbledore had his own role in what was coming. and the specific clarity of that role was better served by not knowing exactly how the other pieces were positioned. What Harry told him was, the Horcruxes were dealt with, all but one. The one that remained was being handled by Harry personally, and Dumbledore did not need to know the method. The assault would come in the next 72 hours. When it came, Dumbledore's job was to hold the line at the main gates long enough for the pre-positioned infrastructure to engage. Dumbledore had listened to all of this with the expression he wore when he was being surprised in a way he found genuinely interesting, which was an expression Harry had learned to read over 2 years of occasionally briefing him in the careful, incomplete way that Bruce had taught Harry to brief people who needed to trust you but didn't need the full picture. "The assistant groundskeeper," Dumbledore said when Harry finished. "Robert Briggs." "Yes," Harry said. "He'll be watching from the forest," Dumbledore said. It was not a question. "He'll be available from the forest," Harry said. "He won't intervene directly unless it goes wrong in a specific way," Dumbledore said. "Yes," Harry said. Dumbledore nodded. He looked at Harry for a moment, the full look, the one that went past the surface, and said, "You've become something I didn't plan for, Harry." "Good or bad?" Harry said. "Neither," Dumbledore said. "Or both. I planned for a boy who would survive by being extraordinary. You've become someone who survives by being prepared. These are different things, and I was wrong to assume they were the same." He paused. "I am sorry for the years in which my planning was a substitute for your preparation." Harry looked at him. This was the closest Dumbledore had come, in 2 years of their particular careful relationship, to acknowledging the thing that Harry had stopped being angry about and started simply accepting. That Dumbledore had loved him and also used him, and had not always understood the difference. "You kept me alive," Harry said. "The preparation is mine, but you kept me alive long enough to do it." Dumbledore nodded. His eyes, which were usually performing the twinkle, were currently not performing anything. They were just eyes. Old, tired, genuinely moved. "Good luck," he said. "Though I suspect luck is a smaller variable in your plan than it has been in previous years." "It's accounted for," Harry said, "but only at about 15%. Dumbledore almost smiled. "That seems about right." The second visit was to Draco Malfoy, not a conversation. Harry didn't approach him directly. That was never going to work. The relationship between them had too much history and too much bad geometry for a direct approach to produce anything except defensiveness. What Harry did was leave something. A letter, unsigned, slid under the door of Draco's dormitory at 2 in the morning when the castle was quiet. The letter was 1 page. It said, in the specific language that Bruce had helped Harry craft over 3 weeks, plain, precise, devoid of moral pressure, because moral pressure would let Draco dismiss it, that an assault on the castle was imminent, that his mother was in the castle, that there was a room on the 7th floor that could be found by walking past a specific stretch of blank wall 3 times while thinking about a place to be safe, that the room would hold everyone who needed to be in it. And then, because Harry had thought about this for a long time and had arrived at the conclusion that some things needed to be said directly rather than engineered around, that Draco Malfoy had made a series of choices under conditions that were not choices, and that what he did in the next 48 hours was the first real choice he was going to get. The letter did not tell him what to choose. It just told him that the choice was there. Harry sealed it without a name, left it under the door, walked back through the castle in the dark. He didn't know if it would work. He'd told Bruce about it the next morning, and Bruce had said, "You can't control whether he reads it, how he responds to it, or what he does with it. What you've done is create the conditions for a different choice. That's all you can do." And Harry had said, "I know," and he did know. But knowing something and being at peace with it were different states, and he was in the first one and working on the second. Part 2. The night it starts, the assault began at 9:17 in the evening, which was slightly earlier than Harry's intelligence had predicted, and well within the variance he'd planned for. He felt it before he heard it. A change in the castle's ambient quality, the specific shiver that went through Hogwarts stone like a struck bell when something was doing violence to its outer wards. Then the alarm spells went off, not the Ministry's official alarm system, which the Death Eaters had clearly planned for and would have countermeasures against, but the secondary system that Harry and Hermione had spent 4 months quietly building into the castle's existing magical infrastructure. 17 small alert charms, unregistered, hidden in the joints of window frames and door hinges throughout the building, each keyed to a specific perimeter signature. 12 of them went off in the first 90 seconds. Harry was already moving. The operational plan had 7 phases, each with a specific trigger condition, each with 3 contingency branches. He'd run it in the room of requirement 48 times. He'd walked it in the actual castle at 3 in the morning twice, timing it, adjusting it, finding the places where the reality differed from the simulation and updating the simulation. Phase 1. Evacuation. The younger students and the non-combatant staff were to be moved to the room of requirement via the specific routes that Harry had marked, chalk arrows at skirting board height in 4 colors, each color corresponding to a different starting location, each arrow pointing toward the 7th floor. This had been Neville's domain to execute, and Neville, who had, over the past year, quietly transformed from the boy who'd been most reliably startled in Harry's year into someone who moved through the castle with a calm authority that Harry respected without fully being able to account for, had taken it with the seriousness it deserved. Phase 2. Engagement misdirection. Luna's role. This had been, in the planning sessions, the element that the others had been most uncertain about, because Luna Lovegood operated on a logic that was not always legible to people who didn't know her. What Harry had come to understand, over 2 years of knowing her, was that Luna's relationship with reality was not the disconnected whimsy that most people read it as. It was a different kind of attention. One that noticed things other people edited out, that made connections between things that linear thinking separated, that produced, in practical terms, a person who could execute a misdirection operation with a naturalness that made trained operatives look effortful. Luna's job was to make the Death Eaters who entered the castle believe, for as long as possible, that Harry Potter was in 3 different places at once. She had, for this purpose, access to a polyjuice supply that Hermione had prepared, 3 changes of clothing, and a set of instructions that she'd read once, and then refolded and put in her pocket with the serenity of someone who has all the information they need. Phase 3. Corridor control. Harry's pre-positioned infrastructure, activated in sequence by a series of remote triggers built into his operational kit. The darkness powder canisters, 27 of them positioned in the 11 choke points he'd identified as the most likely penetration routes, could be triggered individually or in groups, via a signal system that Hermione had built and Harry had tested until he could run it one-handed in the dark. The trap modifications to the moving staircases, programmed via 4 months of careful, undetected adjustment to the staircase's directional logic, exploiting the fact that the staircases responded to a specific type of magical signal that Harry, with Bruce's Wayne tech assistance, had been able to simulate and redirect. The pressure plate alerts in the 5 most critical ground floor corridors, each connected to a specific response that didn't involve Harry being present to execute it. Phase 4. Intelligence. Hedwig, airborne, 600 feet up, maintaining the specific thermal imaging circuit that covered the castle's exterior and the immediate grounds, feeding real-time position data via signal relay to the detector unit in Harry's kit. He would know, at any point in the operation, where every significant heat signature on the exterior of the castle was located. Phase 5 through 7 were conditional. They depended on what happened in the first 4. Harry had told his team in the final briefing the day before, the plan is not the outcome. The plan is the starting position. From the starting position, you adapt. What we're doing is making sure our starting position is better than theirs by the maximum possible margin, so that when the adapting happens, we're adapting from a position of control. He'd said it in Bruce's words, because they were the right words. He thought Bruce would probably be fine with that. Part 3. Choreography. The Death Eaters who entered through the East Passage at 9:20 too encountered darkness. Not the ordinary darkness of a castle at night, which even a first year could navigate with a simple lumos. This was the specific, total physics, defying darkness of Peruvian instant darkness powder deployed in a concentrated space. And the specific thing about it that Harry had spent 3 months learning to exploit was that it didn't just block light. It blocked the spatial orientation that human beings derived from light, so that the people inside it weren't just blind, they were also, on a fundamental vestibular level, lost. They didn't know which direction was forward. They had a strong instinct about where the floor was, but even that felt uncertain in a way that made movement slow and careful and produced, in people who were used to magical solutions to every problem, a profound and disorienting awareness that the usual solutions weren't working. Harry was not in the darkness. Harry was above it, on the shadow ledge above the East Passage entrance that he'd identified 7 months ago as the best available elevated position in that section of the castle, accessible via a route that went through the back of a tapestry and along a maintenance crawlspace that dated from the castle's 14th century renovation, and that, as far as Harry could tell, no one had been through since approximately the reign of Henry V. He watched the heat signatures below him on the detector, counted them, 12 in the East Passage. 3 had separated from the main group at the first junction. That was the contingency he'd anticipated and planned for, the standard Death Eater tactic of splitting penetration teams at entry points. The 3 who'd separated were moving toward the trophy corridor, which was currently the home of 3 pressure, plate alerts, and a staircase that had been programmed to go somewhere considerably less useful than where they were trying to go. He triggered Darkness Canister 7. The trophy corridor went black. He moved. The shadow ledge connected via the 14th century crawlspace to 4 separate locations in the castle. Harry had mapped all 4 connections. He used the second one now, a 90-second transit through stone passages that smelled like old mortar and history, emerging behind the tapestry on the 3rd floor east wing. At the exact moment, the 3 separated Death Eaters were emerging from the now terminated trophy corridor staircase into a section of castle that was, due to a combination of Canister 7 and the secondary canister Harry triggered on his way through, dark in all directions. He dropped down from the tapestry ledge, landed soft, moved to the first of the 3. The pressure point sequence was quick. 3 seconds per target, the specific combination that dropped a person without lasting damage, shoulder, neck, and the specific point behind the ear that Bruce had drilled into him for 8 months. The wands were collected, bound together with the quick lock restraint from his left side second pocket, and the 3 Death Eaters were arranged in a neat, unconscious group against the corridor wall in 40 seconds. He left a bat symbol on the floor in chalk. Moved on. This was the thing about the Battle of Hogwarts as Harry ran it. It was not a battle, not in the traditional sense. A battle was 2 forces engaging each other, grinding against each other, the outcome determined by the aggregate of 1,000 individual confrontations. What Harry was running was something different, a directed sequence of pre-planned events that reduced the effective strength of the assault force systematically, incident by incident, before any major engagement happened, so that when the major engagement did happen, it happened with different numbers than the attacking force had planned for. He went through the castle for 47 minutes. The darkness canisters deployed in sequence, each one cutting a section of the castle off from the next, fragmenting the Death Eater force into smaller and smaller groups that couldn't find each other because they couldn't see each other, and their communication spells were being interrupted by the 3 signal disruption capsules that Hedwig was carrying in low circuits above the castle's roof. The trap staircases, redirecting entire squads into sections of the castle where the pre-positioned countermeasures were waiting. where Harry had spent months making the environment into something that served him rather than them. Luna's misdirection operation, working with a fluency that was almost elegant. 3 separate Harry sightings in different parts of the castle within 20 minutes, each one credible enough to pull pursuit elements away from the actual operational areas. Neville had the room of requirement full and the door sealed within the first 15 minutes. The message Harry got via signal relay, 3 pulses, the all-clear code, was the best signal he received all night. Harry moved through the castle without being seen. He incapacitated 11 Death Eaters. He redirected 4 squads. He triggered 19 pre-positioned countermeasures. He collected intelligence from 3 separate document carriers, the same method he'd used in Hogsmeade, the same containment extraction, the same clean retrieval, because even in the middle of an assault, the documents these people were carrying were valuable, and the opportunity to take them would not come again. He did not cast a spell. Not once. Not the whole night. Part 4. When Voldemort comes at 10:44, the signal Hedwig sent was not one Harry had pre-programmed. It was a pattern she developed herself, 3 short pulses, a pause, 3 more that Harry had learned over months of working with her to read as the specific communication for something I haven't seen before. Not danger, exactly. Something new. He looked at the thermal detector. Exterior circuit, 600 feet up, Hedwig's position. The signature was unmistakable. Even through the detector's translation of thermal data to visual display, there was something about Voldemort's signature that was different from the Death Eaters. Partly the temperature, slightly lower, the specific reading of a body that had been damaged by dark magic in ways that had left physiological traces. Partly the movement, not the grouped movement of an assault force, not the cautious movement of people navigating a hostile environment. The movement of something that had decided it was done with the assault force and was coming to find a specific target. Voldemort was at the east gate. He was alone. Harry stood in the shadow ledge above the 4th floor corridor and felt, with the specific clarity of the trained and the prepared, the operational situation shift. This was the transition point, the moment where the pre-positioned infrastructure was substantially deployed, where the assault force was substantially fragmented, where the plan moved from Phase 4 to Phase 5, which was the conditional phase, the one that depended on whether Voldemort engaged the main battle or went hunting. He'd gone hunting. Harry had planned for this. He'd planned for it with the specific thoroughness he applied to the scenarios he most wanted not to happen but knew might anyway, because Bruce's rule about contingency planning was, you don't plan for the things you're comfortable thinking about. You plan for the things you're not. He opened the signal relay. Sent Susan's code 4 pulses, meaning Phase 5. The schedule advances. Susan's response came in 6 seconds, 3 pulses. Understood. Executing. In the Gryffindor common room, Ron and Hermione received their signal. The Horcrux timeline, already 90% complete, only Nagini remaining, entered its final phase. Neville, in the room of requirement, received a separate signal that meant the next part is Harry's. Hold position. Harry put the signal relay away. He looked at the thermal detector one more time. Voldemort was inside the east gate, moving toward the castle with the specific, unhurried pace of someone who knows where they're going and is not concerned about what they'll find when they get there. Harry dropped down from the shadow ledge. Landed soft. Started moving. He had exactly one job now. One thing that the entire infrastructure of the past 2 years had been building toward. He needed to get to the Great Hall before Voldemort did, and he needed to do it while making sure that Voldemort followed. Part 5. The bait. The thing about bait, Bruce had explained approximately 6 weeks into training, is that it has to be real. Not literally real. A decoy could be a decoy, an illusion could be an illusion. But the thing the bait promised had to be genuine. If you were baiting something intelligent, it would assess the promise before it moved toward it. If the promise was false in any way that the target's intelligence could detect, the bait failed and you had lost the element of surprise. Voldemort's promise was Harry Potter, the real one. The specific, genuine, actually present Harry Potter in a location that Voldemort could reach, doing something that made it plausible that Harry didn't know Voldemort was coming. Harry thought about this for the 93 seconds it took him to transit from the fourth-floor shadow ledge to the main staircase, and about the specific way in which being real bait required a quality of nerve that was different from every other operational skill he'd developed. Physical danger was something he'd learned to be calm about. Operational pressure he'd learned to process systematically. But standing somewhere that the most dangerous mind in the wizarding world was deliberately approaching, being visibly present enough that the approach continued, while the trap behind him was still being set, that was something else. He went to the Great Hall. He stood in the center of it. In the light, no hex, weave opacity engaged, no shadow position, just Harry Potter visible in the middle of the room. He looked at the ceiling, the enchanted ceiling, which was currently showing a clear May sky, stars out in their specific patterns, and he thought about the plan. Ran it. Every branch, every contingency, every decision point. The darkness payload that Hermione had given him, the modified canister, larger than the standard ones, with the magical null field compound integrated, waiting in the inside pocket of his cloak. The thermal goggles in their storage position on his brow, ready to drop over his eyes in under a second. The floor of the Great Hall, which he had walked 47 times and could navigate in complete darkness by memory and step count alone. He thought about Nagini, the last Horcrux. He sent one more signal, a single pulse, Neville's code specifically, and held. The response came in 11 seconds, 3 pulses. Neville had Nagini, Harry exhaled. One breath, controlled, the specific regulation that Bruce had drilled into him for 2 years. 3 seconds in, 3 seconds out, the breath that tells your nervous system that the body is still in control of the situation. The Great Hall's doors opened. Voldemort stood in the entrance. Part 6. The calm one. He had not seen Voldemort in person since the graveyard. He'd been 14 then, unprepared, operating on instinct and luck, and the specific stubborn will of someone who has not yet been taught what the situation actually costs. He had not had the framework then to look at Voldemort and see what Bruce had taught him to see in every adversary, the fear underneath. He had it now. Voldemort looked at Harry, standing in the center of the Great Hall in the light, no wand raised, completely still, and something moved across his face that he very quickly controlled. It was not fear. Not yet. It was the precursor to fear, confusion. The face of a mind that had encountered an input it hadn't expected and was rapidly searching its model of the situation for an explanation. The model said, Harry Potter stands and fights. Harry Potter is brave to the point of recklessness. Harry Potter is, in every documented engagement, either running or attacking or doing the specific Gryffindor thing of standing his ground in a way that is emotionally resonant and operationally catastrophic. Harry Potter was not doing any of those things. Harry Potter was standing in the center of the room in the light, looking at Voldemort with an expression of complete calm, and the calm was real, and Voldemort's model had no category for it. "You've been busy tonight," Voldemort said. His voice was the thing Harry remembered most from the graveyard, the specific quality of a sound that seemed to bypass normal hearing and arrive directly at some older, more primitive part of the brain that understood threat before the conscious mind could process it. "My people. Scattered, incapacitated, made fools of by a boy with muggle toys." "By a plan," Harry said. "The toys are just how it runs." Voldemort moved further into the hall. His wand was in his hand. It was always in his hand. "You've been a considerable inconvenience," he said, "for 2 years. The marks in my safe locations, the intercepted communications, the manner in which my people seem to become confused in this castle in ways that are not magical in origin." He paused. "What are you?" Harry had thought about how he would answer this question. He'd thought about it for a long time, in the rock chamber, in the room of requirement, in the shadow ledges of the castle on long, quiet nights when the planning was done and the waiting was the only thing left. "I'm what happens," Harry said, "when someone takes your model of how power works and decides to build something it has no category for." Voldemort looked at him. "You're a child who has learned some tricks," he said. "You're a man who is afraid of dying," Harry said, "who built an entire system of power to manage that fear, and who is currently standing in a room where every variable has already been set, and who doesn't know that yet." The temperature in the hall changed. Not literally, but something in the quality of the space between them shifted, the way it shifts when something that has been patient decides it's done being patient. "Avada Kedavra," Voldemort said, and the green light crossed the hall in the specific fraction of a second that made it unhuman. And Harry was already moving, not because he'd seen it coming in time to dodge by speed, because no one could do that, but because he'd moved at the first syllable. The trained reflex of 2 years of being told that the moment before the spell is the only moment that matters. He was 6 feet left of where he'd been standing. The spell hit the floor where he'd been. Harry dropped his hand to the canister. "Now," he said, to the empty room, because the room was not empty, because the plan had never required him to be alone in here, because one of the things that Bruce had built into him was the understanding that the lone hero was a story people told about events after the fact, and that real operations were collective, and that the person who understood this had allies in places the enemy never checked. The canister hit the floor. The great hall went dark, not the partial darkness of a shadow or a dim room. The absolute, physics, defying, orientation, destroying darkness of a large quantity of Peruvian instant darkness powder combined with Hermione's null field compound, which added to the standard darkness a specific suppression of the magical spectrum that made Lumos not just ineffective, but actively impossible within the affected area. Harry's goggles dropped over his eyes, the whole resolved in thermal gold. Every surface, every bench, every column visible in the specific clarity of heat, signature imaging. Every surface except one. Voldemort, whose thermal profile was the one he'd studied from Hedwig's exterior readings. The lower, temperature, damage, marked signature of a body that had been through too much dark magic to read as entirely human. He could see Voldemort. Voldemort could not see anything. Harry moved. Part 7. The fall he came in from the left side, the longer route, the one that took 4 seconds more than the direct approach, but that arrived from outside Voldemort's last, known facing direction and gave him an additional half-second of reaction time if Voldemort turned. Voldemort was not panicking. Harry noted this with professional acknowledgement as he moved through the dark. Panic would have looked different on the thermal display, erratic movement, elevated heat signature from exertion. Voldemort was still. He was standing in the center of the hall, wand extended, turning in a slow, controlled circle with the specific patience of someone who has decided that the darkness is a temporary problem, and that whatever is in it will eventually make a mistake. He wasn't panicking, but he was afraid. Harry knew this not from the thermal display but from the silence. Voldemort had been talking, the voice, always the voice, the weapon he'd used for 50 years, filling spaces with the specific sound of himself. He wasn't talking now, he was quiet. And the specific quality of that quiet, in a room that Voldemort had entered expecting a conversation and found an operation, was the quiet of someone encountering the thing they had not prepared for. Harry was 12 feet away. 10. 8. He thought about the killing curse. He thought about the fact that Voldemort was mortal, had been mortal for approximately 22 minutes, since the signal from Neville that meant Nagini was gone. He thought about what Bruce had said about the last resort. He thought about the modified stupefy device in his right hand pocket. Not a wand, not a spell, a directed pulse emitter. The result of 6 months of Bruce's engineering and Hermione's theoretical framework. A device that did what Stupefy did but through a mechanism that had nothing to do with magic and everything to do with the specific electrical patterns of the human nervous system and how they could, with the right frequency at the right intensity, be interrupted cleanly and temporarily and without lasting damage. He was 4 feet away. He took it out. He was 2 feet away when Voldemort sensed him, not saw him, not heard him, but the primal thing, the threat detection that operated below conscious processing, and Voldemort turned with the wand coming up and the words starting. Harry fired the pulse emitter. It wasn't dramatic. That was the thing he'd never quite been able to simulate in the room of requirement, no matter how many times he'd run it, the specific, undramatic nature of the right tool applied correctly. There was a sound, small, like something electrical releasing. There was a fraction of a second in which Voldemort's wand arm completed its arc, and the beginning of a word existed in his throat. And then Tom Riddle, who had renamed himself Voldemort and built an empire of fear and made himself immortal and unmade that immortality through decades of terrible choices, sat down on the floor of the great hall as if his strings had been cut, not dead. The pulse emitter didn't kill. It interrupted. He was unconscious before he hit the ground. Harry stood over him, in the dark, in the silence. After a moment he said, "Lumos." The word was technically unnecessary. He had the goggles, he could see perfectly well. But it was the right word for the moment, the one that belonged here, the ancient syllable that meant light, and the light came, and the great hall was suddenly visible again. The enchanted ceiling above showing the clear May sky, the stars still in their patterns, patient and enormous and completely uninterested in the drama that had just concluded below them. Voldemort was on the floor. Unconscious, restrained mortal, Harry looked at him. He'd thought about this moment, what he would feel in it, what it would mean, what the correct response to the end of something that had organized his entire life was. He'd thought about it in the rock chamber on late nights when the plan was theoretical and the moment was still something in the future. He'd thought it would be larger, more conclusive. What he felt was something quieter. A specific stillness that wasn't peace exactly, but was something in the same family, the specific quality of a thing that has been running for a very long time and has, at last, stopped. The hall's doors opened. Hermione and Ron came through, and then members of the Order, and then students, and then people Harry didn't immediately recognize but who were clearly there because of what had just happened here. The lights came up. Voices started. The specific sound of an aftermath assembling itself, the collective exhale of a world that has been holding its breath. Ron looked at Voldemort on the floor. He looked at Harry. He said, "Mate!" "I know," Harry said. "Did you? Is he?" "Not dead," Harry said. "Not capable of not dying, though." "The Horcruxes are gone. He's mortal. He's unconscious. The Ministry can have him." He paused. "I need you to make sure the auras take him properly. Full containment protocol. Don't let anyone cut corners because they're excited." Ron blinked. "You're thinking about containment protocol right now?" "I'm thinking about what happens after," Harry said. "Which is when most things go wrong." Hermione had crossed the hall and was standing next to Harry, looking down at Voldemort with an expression that was complex in the specific way that Hermione's expressions were complex. When she was processing something she'd been expecting for a long time, but hadn't fully believed would arrive. "It's over," she said, "not a question." "The main part," Harry said. "There's a lot left." She nodded. She understood what he meant. She usually did. Harry turned. He looked toward the forest. He could see it through the tall windows of the hall, dark still, the tree line solid against the lightening sky. Somewhere in there, in a rock chamber behind 3 boulders, a man was watching the signal relay and deciding whether this was the right outcome or just an outcome. He'd send the all, clear in a minute. First he stood in the great hall and let it be real. Let the thing that had happened be the thing that it was, without immediately processing it into the next step. This was something Bruce had told him once, in one of the sessions that wasn't about training, but was about the other thing, the harder thing. Let the significant moments be significant. You'll need the debrief soon enough. Take 30 seconds first. Harry took 30 seconds. Then he reached for the signal relay, 3 pulses, all clear. Somewhere in the dark forest, a device received 3 pulses and the person holding it let out a breath and set it down. Chapter 6. A man with a plan. You keep waiting for me to duel you. I'm not going to duel you. I already won. Part 1. The morning after the sun came up over Hogwarts at 5:40. 7 in the morning, which was, Harry noted with the specific kind of attention that never fully switched off anymore, approximately 11 minutes earlier than the almanac had predicted. The Scottish Highlands had their own relationship with celestial timing, apparently. Or the castle did. Or perhaps the sun had decided on this particular morning that it had reasons to be prompt. He was sitting on the steps of the main entrance when it rose. Not inside, where the aftermath was still assembling itself into the particular organized chaos of a world trying to understand what had just happened to it. Not in the forest, where Bruce was. Just on the steps, in the specific neither here nor there of someone who has been at the center of something and is not yet sure where the edge of it is. The battle was over. Voldemort was in Ministry custody, moved in the early hours by 6 Aurors who had arrived with the specific energy of people who had been told something extraordinary over a communication relay and were not fully convinced until they saw it. Harry had overseen the handover himself. Ron's instinct to defer to authority on the containment protocol had been, predictably, optimistic, and Harry had spent 20 minutes in conversation with the senior Auror on site to ensure that full containment meant what it was supposed to mean and not what was convenient at 5 in the morning. The Auror had looked at Harry, 14 years old. Hex, weave cloak, thermal goggles pushed up on his forehead, a small piece of chalk still in his left hand outside pocket, and had said, "You're the one who ran the operation tonight." "Yes," Harry said. "With what force?" 7 people, Harry said, plus infrastructure. The Auror had been quiet for a moment, then he'd said, "The Death Eaters we found in the East Corridor, the ones who were arranged." "Yes," Harry said, "arranged." The Auror said again, with the specific emphasis of someone selecting a word carefully. "In a very neat group, all unconscious, all unharmed, with a," he paused, "symbol on the floor." "Yes," Harry said. The Auror looked at him for another long moment, then he said, "Full containment protocol?" "Confirmed," and went back to doing his job with the expression of a person who has decided that some questions are best not asked before the paperwork is filed. Harry had gone back to the steps. The others found him there in 1s and 2s as the morning assembled itself. Ron came first, with 2 mugs of something that was technically tea, but had been prepared with the specific absent-minded urgency of someone who needed to do something with his hands, and had selected the kettle as the available option. He sat down next to Harry without saying anything for a while, which was something Harry had always appreciated about Ron, the instinct for when words were not the thing required. "Neville's inside," Ron said eventually. "He's doing the Neville thing." "What's the Neville thing?" Harry said. "You know," Ron said, "where he's being so completely fine about everything that you know he's going to need to not be fine later, and you're keeping an eye on him without making it obvious." Harry looked at him. "When did you get perceptive?" "I've always been perceptive," Ron said with mild offense. "I'm just usually also hungry and it overrides." Harry almost laughed, not quite, something in the vicinity. "Luna's okay," Ron said. "She did," he paused, searching for the right framing. "The thing she did tonight, the misdirection, she was extraordinary." "You should tell her that." "I know," Harry said. "I will." "Hermione is inside analyzing the documents you retrieved," Ron said, "which I think she started doing before the battle was fully over, actually. I think she may have been analyzing them during parts of the battle." "That sounds right," Harry said. Ron was quiet for a moment. He looked out at the grounds, the dawn light coming across the grass, the forest dark at its edge, the sky doing the specific thing it did in Scotland in early May, where the quality of the light felt older than most light, like it had been here longer and knew things. "Are you all right?" he said. Harry thought about it, the way he'd learned to think about things, all the way through without deciding the answer before he'd examined it. "I don't know yet," he said. "I think I will be," Ron nodded. That's probably the honest answer. It's the only kind I've got anymore, Harry said. Hermione came out an hour later with the documents under her arm and the expression she wore when she'd found something that needed to be said before she could think about anything else. The documents from the 3 carriers last night, she said, sitting down on Harry's other side with the businesslike energy of someone who was using work as the appropriate container for everything else. Combined with the earlier intercepts, I've been cross-referencing. And, Harry said, there are 17 names, Hermione said. Ministry officials, people who have been active collaborators with Voldemort's network for the past 2 years. Not Death Eaters officially, they'd have passed a dark mark scan. But collaborators, people who looked the other way, passed intelligence, cleared obstacles. People who are going to, now that the immediate crisis is over, go back to being ministry officials and pretend none of it happened. Harry looked at her. She was holding the document roll with the specific grip of someone who has processed something morally intolerable and is now focused entirely on what to do about it. We give the list to the Aurors, Harry said. The same Aurors who are supervised by people who may be on the list, Hermione said. Silence. Copies, Harry said. The list goes to the 3 most senior Aurors with documented clean records. It goes to the chair of the Wisengamot's Oversight Committee. It goes to the editor of the Quibbler. He saw her expression. Luna's father, he said. Yes, I know. But it's the only publication that Voldemort's people didn't own, and it goes to Dumbledore. Hermione looked at the document roll. There's more, she said. Tell me, Harry said. The 4 medium confidence Horcrux locations we identified, she said. Based on the new documents, I think we were wrong about one of them. There may be a 7th Horcrux that we haven't accounted for. Harry looked at her steadily. The diary, he said. That was confirmed destroyed in 2nd year. The ring, the locket, the cup, the diadem, Nagini, that's 6. And he stopped. The 7th one is what Bruce told me about, he said. The speculative one, the 70% hypothesis. Hermione looked at him. I know, Harry said. I've known for 3 months. He held her gaze. I'm still here. She looked at him for a long moment. Her expression went through several things in quick succession, and she clearly decided not to say most of them, which was an act of restraint that Harry recognized and was grateful for. How? She said finally, just the one word. We're working on it, Harry said. Bruce has a theory. It's not resolved yet. When were you going to tell me? She said. When there was something actionable to tell, Harry said. Telling you earlier would have been, he paused. It would have been adding a weight to what you were carrying without giving you anything to do with it. That didn't seem fair. Hermione was quiet for a moment, then she said with the specific precision of someone choosing words with great care. I understand the reasoning. I don't fully agree with it, but I understand it. That's all I was hoping for, Harry said. She put the document roll in his hands. The ministry list, she said. When you're ready, Harry looked at it. Today, he said. We do it today before the victory celebration makes everyone feel like the war is completely over and the paperwork can wait. The paperwork never waits. Hermione said, That's what I keep telling everyone. I know, Harry said. I keep telling them the same thing. Ron, who had been listening to all of this with the expression of someone watching 2 people who had been working on the same problem from different angles arrive at the same point, said, I'll get more tea. Part 2. The conversation that wasn't supposed to happen at 9 in the morning, when the ministry officials and the press and the complete organized chaos of a world reckoning with its own recent history had begun to assemble in and around Hogwarts with the density of an event that everyone had opinions about, and nobody had entirely processed. Yet, Harry went to the holding room. The holding room was in reality a reinforced classroom on the 2nd floor that the Aurors had converted with 4 containment wards and a seal that had taken 20 minutes to establish. 2 Aurors outside the door. The Auror with the neat group and the bat symbol had made sure that full containment included the specific detail that the occupant had no access to magical implements, which seemed obvious but apparently warranted explicit instruction in the specific operational context of the morning. Harry stood outside the door for a moment. He hadn't planned this. The plan had ended at the all-clear signal. What came after the plan was not something he'd scripted, because you couldn't script the after. You could only show up to it with whatever you'd built during the before and hope that it held. He knocked. This was, he was aware, slightly absurd, knocking on the door of a room that held the person who had been, for his entire conscious life, the organizing fact of the danger he was in. But it was the right thing to do. It was what Bruce would have done, not because it was strategically optimal. Because it was correct. The Aura Guard let him in. Tom Riddle, Voldemort, was sitting in a chair in the center of the classroom. The chairs at the perimeter were neatly stacked. The room smelled like old chalk and something that might have been the specific aftermath of 4 containment wards in a small space. The morning light came through the high windows at an angle that turned everything slightly gold. Voldemort did not look the way Harry had expected him to look. He wasn't sure what he'd expected. Something. The specific weight of that presence, the cold authority, the voice that bypassed normal hearing. All of that was still there in some attenuated form, but the thing that was different, the thing that Harry had not fully anticipated, was the quality of stillness. Voldemort was contained. Not just physically, something in the specifics of his situation, mortal, captured, reduced to the context of a reinforced classroom in a school, had changed the quality of his stillness from the stillness of someone patient and certain to the stillness of someone who was working very hard not to show what they were currently experiencing. Harry sat down across from him, not close, across the room. He set nothing on the table between them. He had nothing to set. Voldemort looked at him. "You came to see what you'd done," Voldemort said. The voice was still that voice. Somewhat reduced, the way a great instrument sounds different when the room it's played in changes, but still recognizably itself. "I came because I had a question," Harry said. Voldemort's expression shifted fractionally. "A question," he said, "not a speech, not a declaration." "I'm not much for speeches," Harry said. "They're mostly for the person giving them." Something moved in Voldemort's eyes, fast, subtle, the specific micro, expression of someone encountering an observation that landed closer than expected. "Ask your question," Voldemort said. Harry looked at him. He thought about the target profile, the psychological architecture, the fear underneath everything, the specific shape of a person who had spent their life building systems against the thing they were most afraid of, and had ended up building the thing they feared into the foundation of everything they constructed. "The Horcruxes," Harry said. "Not asking about the locations, those are dealt with." He paused. "The first one, when you made the first one, did you know at the time what it was going to cost?" Voldemort was quiet for a moment. "That is not the question I expected," he said. "I know," Harry said. "It's the one I actually have." Silence. The morning light shifted slightly. Outside, through the high windows, Harry could hear the sound of the castle beginning to fill again. Voices, movement, the particular acoustic quality of a large building remembering what it was for. "I knew it would cause damage," Voldemort said, eventually. He said it with the specific quality of someone selecting truth because they've calculated it's less costly than the alternative, which was its own kind of answer. "The texts are clear about the nature of the fracture. I understood what it would cost." A pause. "I decided the cost was acceptable." "And the second time," Harry said. "The same calculation," Voldemort said. "The same conclusion." "And the third," Harry said. "And the fourth. Each time the damage was worse, and each time you decided the fear was still bigger than the damage." Voldemort looked at him. "You're not here to understand me," he said. "You're here to make a point." "I'm here because I wanted to know if you understood what you'd done to yourself," Harry said. "Whether you saw it. Not the external part, the things you did to other people. Those consequences are extensive and well documented, and the Wisengamot is going to be busy with them for a long time. Whether you saw the internal part, the cost to the thing that was originally you, before the fear got so big you started feeding it pieces of yourself to keep it from eating everything else." Something in Voldemort's expression did something that Harry had not expected. It didn't break. It didn't crack in the dramatic way of a fictional villain confronted with the truth of themselves. It was smaller and more real than that. A minute compression around the eyes, gone almost before it arrived, the expression of someone who has heard something they already knew and had decided never to hear said aloud. "You could have killed me," Voldemort said. "Last night, in the hall. You had the moment." "Yes," Harry said. "Why didn't you?" Harry had thought about this answer too. He'd had 3 months and the events of last night to think about it, and he'd arrived at the same place every time. "Because killing you would have meant that the thing that mattered was ending you," Harry said. "And the thing that matters is not ending you. The thing that matters is the world you were building and dismantling it and making sure the conditions that let it build don't just rebuild around a different name. Killing you would have been emotionally satisfying, possibly. Operationally insufficient." He paused. "And it would have made this a story about you. I didn't want it to be a story about you." Voldemort looked at him for a long moment. In that long moment, Harry held his gaze steadily, the way Bruce had taught him to hold the gaze of a situation that was significant and deserved to be met directly. "What are you?" Voldemort said. It was the same question he'd asked last night in the dark of the hall. But the register was different. Last night it had been a calculation, threat, assessment, the demand of someone trying to categorize a new variable. Now it was something else. Something closer to the original question underneath all the others, the one that had been there since the beginning. Harry looked at him. "I'm what happens," he said, "when someone who was afraid decides to become someone who prepares instead." He stood up. "The Wisengamot will determine what happens to you," he said. "I'm not part of that process and I'm not going to try to influence it. But I wanted to have this conversation before the system took over, because after it does, you become a case number, and what I said just now becomes a statement on record, and it turns into something other than what it was." He moved toward the door. "Potter," Voldemort said. Harry stopped. "Didn't turn." "The boy in the orphanage," Voldemort said. His voice, for the first time in Harry's experience of it, had something in it that was not a weapon. It was just a voice. "You said the fear, that it became the foundation." Harry waited. "You understood it," Voldemort said. "From the outside." "Yes," Harry said. "How?" Harry stood at the door for a moment. He thought about Privet Drive. He thought about the file in Bruce's hands in the cave in Gotham. He thought about a photograph of a small boy in oversized clothes, trimming a hedge, looking at the camera with an expression that he now understood. Looking back at it was not quite fear and not quite defeat, but the specific expression of someone who has decided that expecting things is a form of risk they can't afford. "Because I was afraid too," Harry said. "The difference is I found someone who showed me what to build instead." He went out. The door closed behind him. The 2 Aurors looked at him. Harry looked back at them with the expression that he'd learned over 2 years of training to deploy in situations where he needed people to decide not to ask follow-up questions. They decided not to ask follow-up questions. Harry went down the corridor and out into the morning. Part 3. What Bruce left, he found Bruce in the forest. Not in the rock chamber. The rock chamber was in the process of being dismantled, which was something Harry had understood was coming, but had not been entirely prepared for the reality of. The equipment was in cases. The maps had been taken down. The evidence architecture was in a folder. The central surface was empty for the first time since Harry had first seen it, and the specific absence of the accumulated intelligence of 2 years made the chamber feel like a room after a move, full of the echoes of the things that had been in it. Bruce was standing at the entrance to the chamber, looking at it when Harry arrived. "You're packing up," Harry said. "Operations complete," Bruce said. "The infrastructure can't stay. If the Ministry does a thorough audit of the castle, which they will, they'd be irresponsible not to. They'll scan the grounds. Everything I brought in was designed to be clean, but clean has a half-life." Harry leaned against the boulder at the entrance. He looked at the empty chamber. He thought about the first time he'd stood in it, The cases of equipment, the maps in their early stages, the extraordinary ordinary reality of a man who had built a cave in a magic forest to train a kid who was supposedly going to save the world. "When are you leaving?" Harry said. "Tomorrow," Bruce said. "Alfred's arranged the logistics." A pause. "Hagrid threw me a leaving party." Harry looked at him. "Hagrid threw you a leaving party." "He made a cake," Bruce said. "It was very large." Another pause. "I ate some of it. It was actually very good." Harry said nothing for a moment. Then, "Hagrid is going to Miss Robert Briggs." "Hagrid," Bruce said, "has been talking to me for 2 years, and I have been listening, and I know more about blast-ended scroots than any non-magical person has any business knowing." Something in his voice that was not quite warm and was not quite not warm. "He's a good person." "Yes," Harry said, "he is." They stood in the entrance of the empty chamber for a while. The forest made its morning sounds around them, birds, the distant Thestrals moving through the deep growth, the particular susurrus of old trees doing whatever old trees did in the early morning. "I went to see him," Harry said. "Voldemort, this morning." Bruce looked at him. "I know you'd probably say I didn't need to," Harry said. "Operationally it was done, the conversation wasn't necessary." "Was it useful?" Bruce said. Harry thought about it. "To me," he said, "possibly." "Then it was worth doing," Bruce said. He paused. "What did you ask him?" Harry told him. The question about the first Horcrux. The cost. The fear that had been bigger than the damage every time. The last exchange at the door, the orphanage, the foundation. Bruce was quiet when Harry finished. "You told him the difference was finding someone who showed you what to build," Bruce said. He said it carefully, the way you say a thing when you're deciding whether the weight of it is something you want to pick up. "Yes," Harry said, "that was—" Bruce stopped, started again. "That was more generous than I'd have expected you to be in that context." "It was true," Harry said. "Being true and being generous aren't different things. Not when it's something that actually happened." Another silence. A long one, but not uncomfortable. The kind of silence that two people can have when they've spent enough time in difficult situations together that the silences between them are also a form of communication. "What you built last night," Bruce said. "The operation, the infrastructure over 2 years. The team you assembled, the intelligence you collected, the specific way you used the environment and the psychology and the technology, all of it. That was yours, Harry. I gave you tools. What you built with them was entirely yours." Harry looked at him. He was aware that this was, by Bruce's standards, an extensive speech, and that the specific quality of seriousness that had been applied to it was not a casual thing. "I know," Harry said, "but tools matter. Having them and the person who handed them to me and the fact that someone thought it was worth." He stopped. "It mattered," he said simply. "It still matters." Bruce nodded. "Once, slow—" "I brought something," he said. He went into the chamber and came back with a case, small, flat, the kind of reinforced carbon fiber case that Wayne Tech used for sensitive instruments. He set it on the boulder between them. "Open it when I'm gone," Bruce said. "Not before. There's a letter inside with the relevant technical documentation, and he paused. "There's a set of designs for what this looks like going forward if you choose to continue." Harry looked at the case, then at Bruce. "The cowl," he said, among other things, Bruce said. "Updated for this specific operational environment. What I've learned about magical interference over the past 2 years. What I've learned about how you specifically move and what you specifically need. The full Wayne Tech adaptation framework for magical contexts." He paused. "It's yours to use or not use. This isn't an obligation. You've done what you came here to do. What you do next is your decision." Harry picked up the case. It was lighter than he expected. He held it for a moment, feeling the specific weight of it, which was a different kind of weight from the physical. "I need to think about the next part," Harry said. "Not right now, but I need to think about it." "I know," Bruce said. "There are 17 names on a list," Harry said. "Ministry collaborators, people who went back to their offices this morning and are currently hoping the accounting stops at Voldemort." "It won't," Bruce said. "No," Harry agreed. "It won't." They looked at each other. "Will you come back?" Harry said. "Not to run an operation, just ever." "Gotham is," Bruce started, stopped, tried again. There will always be a reason why the timing is wrong for anything that isn't work. He looked at Harry steadily. I'll come back, he said. When I can. Harry nodded. He recognized this answer. It was the answer of someone for whom the concept of simply doing something because you wanted to was still, after decades, not fully available. He didn't push it. You couldn't fix that with a conversation. He knew. Good luck, Harry said. With Gotham, good luck, Bruce said. With everything else. They stood in the morning forest and didn't shake hands or embrace, because neither of them was that person, and they both knew it, and the not doing of it was its own acknowledgement. Harry picked up the case and walked out of the forest. At the edge, he turned back once. Bruce was standing at the entrance to the empty chamber. He raised one hand briefly. Harry raised his in return, then he walked back to the castle. Part 4. What comes after the formal celebration was that evening. The great hall had been cleaned and re-set with the specific efficiency of a school that had done this kind of dramatic re-arrangement before, and had, over the centuries, developed strong institutional muscle memory for it. The enchanted ceiling showed a perfect early summer evening. The tables were full. The food was extraordinary. People who had been through the worst 12 hours of their lives were discovering that they were hungry in the specific way that occurs when an extended period of adrenaline finally resolves. And the house elves, apparently, had opinions about this and had prepared accordingly. Harry sat at the Gryffindor table between Ron and Hermione and ate and listened to the noise of the hall, and felt the specific texture of an aftermath that was both enormous and granular, enormous in its shape, granular in its specifics, which were the specifics of real people who were loud and grieving and relieved, and hungry and confused in the specific proportions that actual events produce, rather than the clean primary colors of the story that was already. He could feel it starting, being assembled and simplified around what had happened. People kept coming to the table. Not in a bad way, mostly in the way of people who needed to say something and weren't sure what it was. So they said adjacent things, the ones that were available, and Harry listened to all of them and said what seemed right, which was usually something short. Fred's absence was a specific weight. George was there, quieter than Harry had ever seen him, doing the thing that people do when they are holding something that doesn't fit anywhere, talking normally, laughing when it was appropriate, and occasionally going very still in the specific way of a person who has remembered something. Harry sat with George for a while later in the evening, when the main celebration had reached the point where it could sustain itself without his presence in it. They sat at the end of the table without talking, which was fine. George didn't need words from Harry, and Harry didn't have the right ones. What they had was the same space, occupied at the same time, which was something. Neville had gone home with his grandmother, who had arrived with the expression of a woman who had spent the night in a state of controlled terror, and was now channeling that into a fierce and somewhat overwhelming pride that Neville was accepting with the good-natured equanimity of someone who has learned that the people who love you sometimes express it loudly, and that this is actually all right. Luna was there. She was sitting at the Ravenclaw table, talking to no one in particular, looking at the enchanted ceiling with an expression of complete contentment that Harry recognized as her authentic state, and had, over 2 years, come to find genuinely comforting in its consistency. He went over and sat across from her. "You were extraordinary tonight," he said. "The misdirection operation, the way you ran it." Luna looked at him. Her expression didn't change in the way most people's expressions changed when they received a compliment. She didn't deflect it, or perform modesty, or perform pleasure. She just received it and held it for a moment, the way she held most things, with a simple, open attention. It wasn't difficult. She said, "People see what they're looking for. I was just being what they were looking for in the places they were looking." "That's not as easy as you make it sound," Harry said. "Most things aren't," Luna said, "but most things are simpler than people make them too." She looked at him. "How are you?" "I don't know yet," Harry said. It was the same answer he'd given Ron. It was the true one. "That seems right," Luna said. The things that change everything take a while to know yourself after. The knowing comes, you just have to wait for it." She paused. "I think you'll be all right." "How do you know?" Harry said. "Because you came and sat here," Luna said. "People who are going to be all right come and sit with their friends when it's over. People who aren't going to be all right go somewhere alone." Harry looked at her for a moment, then at Ron and Hermione at the other end of the table, deep in a conversation that appeared to involve both some strong opinions and some hand gestures. Then at George, who had moved to talk to someone Harry didn't recognize, but who was making George almost smile in a specific way that suggested they'd known each other a long time. "I've been sitting with people all evening," Harry said. "I know," Luna said. She smiled. Not the performative smile, not the social smile. The real one, which was small and specific and entirely genuine. "That's why I said it." Part 5. He found Draco Malfoy in the corridor outside the Great Hall, which was either a coincidence or wasn't, and Harry had developed strong opinions over 2 years about the frequency of genuine coincidence. Draco was standing near the window at the end of the corridor, looking out at the grounds in the specific posture of someone who is in a building full of celebration they're not sure they're entitled to be part of. He looked up when Harry approached, and his expression did the complicated thing it had been doing for several months now, the vestigial defensiveness of someone who had spent years perfecting a specific performance, encountering the specific difficulty of not needing it anymore. "Potter," Draco said. "Malfoy," Harry said. He stopped a few feet away. "Your mother's okay." Draco's expression did the thing again, faster and less controlled this time. "I know," he said. "She came and found me an hour ago." A pause. "She was in the room with the others." "Yes," Harry said. Draco looked at him. "The letter," he said. "Yes," Harry said. "How did you know?" "I didn't know," Harry said. "I thought it was possible that you might make a different choice if you had better information. I couldn't know whether you would. That's your business." Draco was quiet for a moment. He looked out the window again. The grounds were visible in the evening light, the forest at its edge, the lake, the specific geography of 6 years of a life that had been constructed in one direction and was now, apparently, available for reconstruction. "I didn't do anything heroic," Draco said. "I want to be clear about that. I took my mother to the room and stayed with her and didn't fight on either side. It's not a story." "No," Harry said. "It's not. It's a decision made under difficult conditions with incomplete information and significant personal risk, which is what most decisions actually are." Draco looked at him with the specific expression of someone who has been expecting condescension and received something else. "My father," Draco said. "The Ministry will deal with your father," Harry said. "I'm not involved in that process. What happens to him will depend on the evidence and the Wisengamot. I can't tell you what that looks like." "I know," Draco said. "I wasn't asking you to." He paused. "I was going to say that my father genuinely believed, that what he was building toward was right, not just for him. He believed it was better. He believed the world needed what Voldemort was offering." "I know," Harry said. "Does that make it worse or better?" Draco said. "That the people who did terrible things believed in them." Harry thought about it. He thought about the conversation in the holding room. He thought about the target profile and the fear underneath, and the specific cost of building a belief system around a wound. "I don't know," he said honestly. "I don't think that question has a fixed answer. I think it changes depending on which consequence you're trying to understand." He looked at Draco. "What I think it means for you specifically is that you grew up inside a belief system that was built on a wound without being told it was built on a wound. That's a different starting condition than choosing it." He paused. "What you do from here is yours. That part is a choice." Draco looked at him for a long moment. "Why are you telling me this?" he said. "Because someone told me something similar once," Harry said, "and it was useful and I'm paying it forward." Draco was quiet. He looked back out the window. Then he said, without looking at Harry, "The symbol in the corridor's the bat." "Yes," Harry said, "it was you." "Yes," Harry said, "I sent the image to my father," Draco said. 6 months ago, he told Voldemort." "I know," Harry said. "You knew I'd sent it and you left more of them," Draco said. "Yes," Harry said. That was the point, Draco said slowly. You wanted him to know, you wanted it to reach Voldemort. We needed Voldemort to understand, Harry said, that there was something operating in this castle that he had no framework for. That wasn't going to stop. That could reach his secure locations. We needed him afraid of an unknown before we gave him the real confrontation. You passing that image to your father was, he paused. It was actually helpful, operationally. Draco stared at him. You're telling me that I accidentally helped your operation? I'm telling you, Harry said, that people's choices fit into larger patterns in ways they can't always see at the time. Yours did. That's worth knowing. He moved toward the hall. Potter, Draco said. Harry stopped. The room, Draco said. When I brought my mother there was a symbol. On the wall inside. Harry said nothing. Small, Draco said. At shin height, like a bat. The room knows what it needs to know, Harry said. Apparently, he went back into the hall. Part 6. He opened the case at midnight, alone in the dormitory. Everyone else was asleep. The day had been long enough and heavy enough that even the most wakeful people had found the specific gravity of it irresistible by 11. Harry sat on his bed with the case in front of him and the curtains drawn, and he opened it. The letter was on top. Alfred Pennyworth's handwriting, precise and without flourish, covering 2.5 pages of documentation that would have been, in other hands, 5 pages. Technical specifications, integration notes, a contact address for secure communication, not an OWL address, a Muggle-dead drop system. At the bottom of the second page, in the same precise hand, a single line that was not technical at all. He does not say these things directly. But he is proud of you. I thought you should know. Harry read it twice, set it aside. The designs were next. He spread them on the bed, careful with the edges. They were detailed, Bruce's level of detail, which meant exhaustive, and they covered what the operational framework would look like in the wizarding world from this point forward. The cowl adaptation. The updated hex weave composition with 3 improvements based on 2 years of field data. A new version of the signal disruption system that worked with magical communication instead of against it. A detection framework for dark magical signatures that could be deployed at range without a full Wayne tech array. New materials, new tools, new methods. And at the bottom of the design stack, 1 additional page. Not a technical document, a handwritten note in Bruce's own handwriting, which was different from Alfred's, compressed, angular, precise in a different way. The handwriting of someone who had learned to write quickly and legibly in environments where surface and time were both limited. It said, "You asked me at the beginning why I was here. I told you it was because someone should be." That was true and also incomplete. The complete answer is that I recognized you, not your situation, your response to it. The decision to become something useful rather than something broken. That decision is harder than anyone who hasn't made it can understand, and I recognized it because I made it once in an alley a long time ago. What you build from here is yours. The symbol is yours. The method is yours. I only want to say one thing that I should have said earlier and didn't, because I'm not good at saying it. The tools don't make the person. The person makes the tools mean something. You made them mean something. Harry sat with the note for a while. Then he folded it carefully, the way you fold something you're going to keep, and put it in the inside pocket of his cloak, the one closest to him, the one that held the things that mattered. He looked at the designs. He looked at the window, the dark beyond it, the grounds, the forest at the edge, the specific depth of a Scottish Highland night in early May. He thought about 17 names on a ministry list. He thought about a wizarding world that had, tomorrow morning, a war officially behind it and a reconstruction officially ahead of it. And everything that reconstruction would require, and everything that would try to go wrong during it. He thought about Bruce, somewhere on a train probably, or in a car, or in a plane, Alfred driving, the specific quiet of someone moving from one context to another and thinking about the next problem. He thought about what it meant to be a guardian instead of a hero. The distinction Bruce had taught him was that a hero solved the problem that was in front of them. A guardian built the conditions where fewer problems arrived. He looked at the designs one more time. He picked up a piece of chalk. He drew very small on the corner of the topmost design sheet, not to deface it, just to mark it, in the way you mark something that belongs to you, a bat. Angular, like wings. He put the designs away. He sat on the edge of the bed in the dark for a moment. Then he stood up, put on the cloak, and went out to watch the castle. Chapter 7, the symbol remains Batman can be anybody. That was always the point. Part 1. The offers, they started the morning after the battle and did not stop for 6 weeks. The first offer came from Minister Cornelius Fudge's interim replacement, a man named Pious Thickness who had, it turned out, been under an imperious curse for most of the preceding year, and was therefore in the specific position of having technically done terrible things, while technically not being responsible for them, which was a legal and moral puzzle that the Wisengamot was going to be working through for a considerable time. His replacement was a woman named Millicent Bagnold, who had come out of retirement with the energy of someone who had been watching the ministry make catastrophic decisions from a distance, and had finally decided that distance was no longer an option. She offered Harry the position of Junior Undersecretary for Magical Law Enforcement, which sounded important and was, as far as Harry could tell from 3 conversations with Hermione about the actual function of the role, mostly ceremonial. Harry declined. The second offer came from the Auror office, specifically from the senior Auror who had taken the containment protocol seriously, whose name was Gawain Robards, and who had, in the 2 weeks since the battle, apparently decided that whatever Harry had done in that castle was worth recruiting for. He offered Harry a fast-track position in the Auror training program, bypassing the usual entry requirements on the basis of demonstrated operational competence. Harry said he'd think about it. He thought about it for 4 days. Then he declined. The third offer was the Order of Merlin, First Class, which was the wizarding world's highest civilian honor, and which Dumbledore presented to Harry in his office with the specific combination of genuine pride and slightly tired humor that characterized his approach to formal occasions. Harry accepted the Order of Merlin because declining it would have required a longer conversation than he had the energy for, and then he put it in the bottom of his trunk and did not take it out again. The fourth offer was Gryffindor's Quidditch captain position for the following year, which came from Oliver Wood via Owl and was enthusiastic enough that the letter had been written on both sides of the parchment and still felt truncated. Harry wrote back that he was flattered and would think about it, which was true. He did think about it. He didn't decline it immediately because Quidditch was the one offer that didn't feel like someone trying to turn him into something useful for their purposes. It felt like someone who just wanted him to play. He was still thinking about it. The fifth offer, which arrived 3 weeks after the battle in a letter that had been routed through 4 different addresses before reaching him. A level of operational security that Harry found, coming from its source, both characteristic and slightly amusing, was from Bruce. It wasn't an offer exactly. It was a question. There's a situation in Brussels, the letter said in the compressed angular handwriting. Ministry of Magic equivalent. Internal corruption network, magical components, civilian impact significant. My intelligence resources identified it, but the operational environment requires someone who can work in a magical context. I'm not asking you to commit. I'm asking whether this is a conversation you're open to having. B.P.S. Alfred says you should eat more. He's not wrong. Harry read it twice. Put it in the inside pocket of his cloak, the one closest to him, the one that held things that mattered. He didn't write back immediately. He thought about it for 11 days, which was how long it took him to get to a point where the thinking was actually about the question and not about everything that had happened in the months before it. Then he wrote back. Yes, he wrote, "It's a conversation I'm open to having, H.P.S. Tell Alfred thank you, and that the cake was actually the best thing I ate all year." Part 2. The list, the Ministry Collaboration List, the 17 names, the cross-referenced intelligence, the documents Hermione had decoded across 2 sleepless nights and organized into a file that was, Harry thought, one of the most methodically devastating pieces of work he'd ever seen, became an operational project in its own right. It was not, as Harry had said to Hermione on the morning after the battle, something that could wait for the celebration to end and the paperwork to organize itself. Every day that passed was a day in which the people on the list could be destroying evidence, moving resources, reconstructing their stories. The window in which the documentary evidence was sufficient to act on was not unlimited. Harry had delivered copies to 5 separate recipients within 18 hours of the battle's end, as planned. What happened after that was not something he controlled. It was in the hands of the Auror Office, the Wisengamot Oversight Committee, Xenophilius Lovegood at the Quibbler, and Dumbledore, and he had learned, over 2 years of working with Bruce, that the specific discipline of doing what you could do, and then not trying to do the parts that weren't yours, was as important as the planning itself. What he hadn't expected was how much of it would still require him to be present. The Wisengamot proceedings started 3 weeks after the battle. Harry was called as a witness 4 times, which was 4 more times than he wanted to be a witness, and also exactly what the situation required. He went each time. He gave his testimony in the specific, precise language that Bruce had, in retrospect, been training him in without announcing it. Not dramatic, not emotionally colored, just factual. What he knew, how he knew it, the evidentiary basis for each statement, the chain of collection that meant the documents couldn't be challenged on procedural grounds. Hermione came to 2 of the 4 sessions, because 2 of the 4 involved document interpretation, where her analysis was the primary evidentiary basis. She testified with the composure of someone who had been preparing to explain complicated things to people who didn't necessarily want to understand them for her entire academic life, and did not once use a word that was longer than necessary, which Harry suspected was the hardest part for her. Of the 17 names, 14 resulted in formal charges. 12 of those resulted in convictions before the end of the year. The remaining 2 were ongoing proceedings, which the Quibbler was covering with what Harry understood was Xenophilius's version of relentless investigative journalism, which looked somewhat different from the standard version but was, in its own way, effective. The 3 who were charged and not convicted were not free. They were named. The wizarding world knew, in a community that ran, to a significant extent, on social architecture, reputation, relationships, the specific weight of a family name. Being named as a collaborator was its own form of consequence, one that played out in ways that the Wisengamot couldn't quantify, and that Harry, watching from a distance, found both satisfying and insufficient, and accepted as the realistic outcome rather than the ideal one. The realistic outcome. This was something Bruce had said often in the context of planning. The objective is not perfection. The objective is the best achievable result under actual conditions. Harry had internalized this the way he'd internalized most of what Bruce had taught him, not all at once, not cleanly, but through accumulated evidence that the principle was true. Part 3, 6 months, October. The Scottish Highlands in October had a quality that Harry had, over the past 2 years, developed something close to a relationship with: the specific light, the specific cold, the particular smell of the forest in the morning when the frost was just beginning and the trees had opinions about it. He'd grown up in Surrey, where autumn was a grey and brown administrative event. In Scotland, it was something else. Amber and copper and the specific red of dying things that looked, in the right light, more like fire than decay. He was in his 6th year. He had a dormitory, and classes, and a Quidditch captain role that he'd accepted in August in a letter that made Oliver Wood, reportedly, emit a sound that his roommates described as unprecedented. He had breakfast at the Gryffindor table most mornings and dinner there most evenings, and he sat with Ron and Hermione and Neville and sometimes Luna, and he did his homework with approximately 60% of his attention, because the remaining 40% was, at any given moment, on something else. He was also 6 months after the battle, still running, not a formal operation. Not the infrastructure of the previous 2 years, the pre-positioned canisters and the surveillance grid and the 17-person intelligence network. Something smaller and more permanent, the specific function of a presence that moved through the castle at hours when presence was least expected, that catalogued the things that were wrong before they became problems, that left evidence, occasionally, that someone was watching. The bat symbol at shin height, behind the pillar. The ministry collaboration list had produced 12 convictions, but the scaffolding that had supported Voldemort's network for 20 years was not gone just because the top of it was gone. The scaffolding was in the relationships, the dependencies, the debts, the arrangements between people who had reasons to prefer the old order and the patience to wait for conditions to become favorable again. Harry knew this because Bruce had explained it to him once, and because the documents he'd reviewed in the Wisengamot hearings had made the shape of it concrete, and because he was paying the kind of attention now that let you see the shape of things before they announced themselves. He ran. He watched. He catalogued. He had not told anyone this was what he was doing. Not Ron, not Hermione, not Dumbledore. Not because he was hiding it. If asked directly, he would say directly, but because the value of it was in its invisibility and announcing it would change its character. Hermione figured it out in September. Of course she did. She came to find him on a Tuesday evening in his second week back, appearing in the library with the specific energy of someone who has been thinking about something for a while and has decided that the thinking is complete and the saying should begin. "You're still doing it," she said, sitting across from him. "Yes," Harry said, because there was no point in the alternative. "The monitoring," she said. "The castle, the corridor work." "The corridor work," Harry repeated. "That's a generous description." "Harry," she said, "what are you looking for?" He thought about it. Really thought, the way the training had made automatic, not the fast answer, the examined one. "The scaffolding," he said. "The things that supported the old network that didn't get swept up in the Wisengamot proceedings. The relationships and the dependencies and the people who are waiting for it to be safe to reconstruct what was dismantled." Hermione looked at him steadily. "And when you find something, I document it," Harry said. "I route the intelligence appropriately. I make sure the evidence exists in a form that can be used." He paused. "I don't conduct the prosecution. That's not my role. My role is to make sure the Auror office has what it needs before the situation becomes the kind that requires a different response." Hermione was quiet for a moment. "Bruce built that into you," she said. "He built the framework," Harry said. "I chose to keep running it." She looked at him for a long moment. The library was quiet around them, late evening, most students at dinner, the specific comfortable emptiness of a room that had books and no pressure. "Are you all right?" she said. "Better than 6 months ago," Harry said. "Better than 2 months ago, still figuring out what after looks like." "That seems right," she said. "Luna told me that's what you said." "Luna tells people things," Harry said. "I've accepted it. She's usually right." Hermione said. "Usually," Harry agreed. Hermione was quiet for another moment. Then she put a folder on the table between them, slim, neatly organized in the way that Hermione organized things, which was with a thoroughness that would have been excessive in most contexts, and was, for this particular context, exactly right. "I've been doing some of my own documenting," she said. Cross, referencing the Wisengamot transcripts against the original collaboration list against some things I've been finding in the ministry's publicly released post-war audit. She looked at him. "There are 3 names that didn't make the original list. I don't think we had the documentary basis at the time. We do now." Harry looked at the folder, then at Hermione. "You've been running a parallel analysis," he said. "I've been doing research," Hermione said, in the tone of someone who is technically correct. "Which is something I do constantly for academic reasons, and if the research happens to produce findings that are operationally relevant, that's a natural consequence of being thorough." Harry picked up the folder. "Have you shown this to anyone else?" "Not yet," she said. "I wanted to show you first." He looked at her across the library table. She was looking back at him with the expression she wore when she'd done something significant and was waiting to see if it landed the way she'd intended. "Hermione," he said. "Yes, you're running an operation," he said. She considered this for a moment. "I'm conducting research," she said again. Then, more quietly, "Yes, I suppose I am." Harry opened the folder. "Read the first page, the second." He felt the specific recognition of someone reading evidence that has been assembled with real skill. The chain of documentation, the cross-referencing, the conclusion drawn from sources that individually proved nothing but collectively proved something substantial. "This is good work," he said. Hermione exhaled very slightly in the way of someone who had been holding something for a while. "Thank you," she said. "We route it the same way as the original list," Harry said. "Robards at the Auror office, the Oversight Committee chair and the Quibbler," Hermione said. "I know." Harry looked at her. "When did you become comfortable with the Quibbler as a primary outlet?" "When it became the most reliable publication in the wizarding world by default," Hermione said, "which was approximately 7 months ago. I've had some time to adjust." She paused. "Xenophilius is actually a very careful journalist when the subject isn't Nargles. I feel I owe him a reassessment." "He'd probably appreciate knowing that," Harry said. "I'll write him a letter," Hermione said. "After we route the documents." They routed the documents. Part 4. Ron Weasley had, in the 6 months since the battle, done something that Harry found both entirely characteristic and genuinely impressive. He had decided what he wanted without drama and started doing it. What Ron wanted was, apparently, to rebuild Weasley's Wizard Wheezes with George. This had not been a conversation that Harry had been party to. Ron had mentioned it in October, over a dinner that was not a formal occasion and did not require a formal announcement, in the specific way that Ron mentioned most things. Directly, without preamble. Between the soup course and the main. "George asked me to come help with the shop," Ron said. "I'm going to do it." Harry looked at him. "What about the Auror training?" he said. "You'd been thinking about that." "I had been," Ron said. "I'm not now." He ate some soup. "George is building something back. It was Fred's thing as much as his, and rebuilding it is." He stopped. Started again. "It's not a consolation. It's not making up for something. It's just George shouldn't do it alone, and I'm good at it. Turns out I have a talent for the logistics side that neither of them ever fully appreciated." He said this last part with the specific warmth of someone who has discovered something true about themselves and finds it fits. "You're going to help run a joke shop," Harry said. "I'm going to help run the premier joke shop in the wizarding world," Ron said, "which after the last 2 years has a very specific and important cultural function, which is to remind people that things can be funny again." He paused. "Also, I've got 3 product ideas that George says are genuinely good, which coming from George is a more meaningful endorsement than any Order of Merlin." Harry looked at him across the dinner table. This person who had been his first friend and his most consistent one, who had shown up to every difficult thing without being asked, and had never, in 6 years of knowing him, tried to be anything other than what he was. "That sounds right," Harry said. "For you, that sounds completely right." Ron shrugged in the way he shrugged things that mattered, with the specific casualness of someone who has made a real decision and is secure enough in it not to perform conviction about it. "You know what you're doing," he said, "going forward." "Roughly." Harry said, "That's more than most people have," Ron said. "It's less than I'd like," Harry said. "Yeah," Ron said, "but it's enough to start." Part 5. The corruption ring, the magical law enforcement corruption ring, was dismantled in the 2nd week of November. Harry was not present for its dismantling. This was by design, because the specific function of the intelligence he'd routed to Robards 3 weeks earlier was that Robards and his team could build the procedural case and execute the operational response without Harry's involvement in the execution, which meant that what happened was attributable to the Auror office, rather than to a 14-year-old who was supposed to be attending his charms class. He found out about it the next morning, when the news reached the school through the specific unofficial channel of a fifth-year Hufflepuff who had a contact in the ministry press office and had developed, over the previous year, a reliable reputation as the person whose information arrived accurate and 12 hours ahead of the prophet. 17 officials, all from the Magical Law Enforcement Sub-Committee, removed from their positions, charged, the documentation sufficient for the charges to proceed without counter-challenge. The Auror Office press release used the specific phrase evidence package, which was the phrase Robards had used in the follow-up communication he'd sent Harry after receiving the intelligence routing, and which was both accurate and pleasingly neutral. Harry was eating breakfast when he heard. He continued eating breakfast. Ron raised an eyebrow across the table. "That thing you were working on," Ron said. "The Auror Office was working on it," Harry said. "Sure," Ron said, "with the specific evidence that came from your specific research." "Hermione's research," Harry said. "Harry," Ron said. "Ron," Harry said. Ron pointed his fork at him in a way that communicated, without words, that he was not fooled and never had been, and was choosing, as a function of their friendship, to let Harry have the phrasing. Then he went back to his eggs. Hermione, sitting on Harry's other side, had not looked up from the prophet she was reading, which was covering an entirely different story and which she was using, Harry understood, as a prop for exactly this moment. When the conversation with Ron concluded, she turned a page and said, without looking at him, "3 sources confirmed. No procedural challenges possible. All charges proceed." "Good," Harry said. She turned another page. "Good," she agreed. The prophet ran a story 3 days later under the headline, "Mystery Benefactor. Who is providing Auror Office with dark network intelligence?" The story was, in Harry's assessment, about 60% accurate, 40% speculation, and 100% beside the point. The prophet wanted a name. It wanted a narrative, the hero, the source, the dramatic reveal. It was building toward a story about a person. Harry didn't give it one. The Quibbler, covering the same events, ran a different headline: Systemic Accountability. How the collaboration network was identified and why IT matters. Xenophilius's piece focused on the evidentiary methodology, the documentary chain, the specific processes that had made accountability possible. It mentioned no names. It was interested in the system, not the story. Harry sent Xenophilius a note that said, "This is the right way to cover it. Thank you." Xenophilius sent back a note that said, "I learned from the best. Tell Hermione she'd make an excellent journalist if she ever wanted a change." Harry showed Hermione the note. She read it twice. Then she put it in a folder that she labeled, in her precise handwriting, Professional Correspondence, Unsolicited, which was a filing category Harry suspected she'd created specifically for this occasion. Part 6. The night declining the formal offer from the ministry came in November, 3 weeks after the corruption ring dismantling. It was an official letter, sealed with the ministry crest, signed by Acting Minister Bagnold herself. It offered Harry the position of special consultant to the Auror Office, a role that had been, the letter explained, created specifically for this situation, and would involve advising on intelligence methodology and operational framework for complex cases. It was a real offer. Not ceremonial, actual operational scope. Harry read the terms 3 times because Bruce had taught him to read terms rather than headlines, and the terms were substantive. Real authority, real function. He declined. The letter he wrote in response was 3 paragraphs. The first paragraph thanked Acting Minister Bagnold for the offer and expressed genuine respect for its seriousness. The second paragraph declined, with the specific explanation that the function the offer described was most effectively served when its source was not publicly visible. That the value of independent intelligence was its independence, and formalizing the relationship would compromise both the function and the independence simultaneously. The third paragraph said that the Auror Office already had what it needed in terms of methodology, and that the system, going forward, would generate its own evidence through the processes that had now been established. He did not say, "I am 14 years old and I am not going to spend the rest of my life as a ministry asset, however well-intentioned." He thought it. He didn't say it. It wasn't necessary for the letter to work, Bagnold wrote back. Her response was one paragraph. It said, "I understand. The offer stands. If circumstances change, so does the answer." Harry filed it in the inside pocket of his cloak, the one that held things that mattered. Part 7. The Tower, December. The night was clear in the specific way that Highland winter nights were clear. Not the warm clear of summer, but a cold so clean it felt like the sky had been scoured. Like the stars were closer and more indifferent than usual, and the dark between them was the actual substance, and the light the exception. Harry was on the tower, not the astronomy tower that was known, mapped, accessible to anyone with an after-hours pass and the inclination to use it. The tower Harry had found in October on one of his late night corridor runs was different. A secondary structure on the castle's north face, reachable via a route that went through the back of a tapestry on the 4th floor, along a maintenance passage, and up a staircase that had clearly not been in regular use since approximately the Goblin rebellions. There was a ledge at the top, not large enough to be a room, not small enough to be just a step, big enough for one person to stand on and see the grounds below and the forest at the edge and the sky above, and all three simultaneously. He stood on it now. The castle below was quiet. Christmas break had taken most of the students home. The remaining ones, the ones who had reasons or no reasons to stay, were in their dormitories or the library or the common rooms, doing the things people did when the pressure had temporarily lifted and the space it left was available for something other than urgency. From here he could see the Quidditch pitch empty, the greenhouses dark, the path to the forest silver in the moonlight, the forest itself dense, dark, knowing. He could see the window of what had been Hagrid's cottage, where a light was on because Hagrid had come back for the Christmas period and was doing the specific things that Hagrid did in his cottage in the evenings, which involved large quantities of tea and, Harry suspected, a great deal of correspondence with the Scroots, who had been relocated to a reserve in Norway and were apparently thriving in ways that Norway had opinions about. Robert Briggs was gone. The maintenance request forms had been filed. The Yorkshire Parks Authority reference had been quietly retired. The rock chamber in the forest was empty. Bruce had been thorough about that, as he was thorough about everything. If the ministry's post-war audit swept the grounds, they would find nothing that couldn't be explained by natural geological formation and the normal passage of time. The only thing that remained was what had been built. Not the equipment. The equipment was in cases, somewhere, probably in a facility that didn't officially exist. What remained was the other thing. The thing you couldn't pack up and take with you. Harry stood on the ledge and thought about what he was. Not in the abstract, not the philosophical version of the question, which was interesting but not urgent. The operational version. What he was, specifically in this castle, at this point in time, in the world that was doing the difficult and necessary work of reassembling itself around the absence of what had been dismantled. He was not the boy who lived. That was a story, and the story had served its purpose, and was now in the process of becoming history, which was what happened to stories about events that were over. The prophet would keep using the phrase for a while. It would gradually become less accurate as a description of anything real. He was not the hero of the Battle of Hogwarts. That was another story, more recent, more in circulation, being actively debated in the 3 different accounts, currently being written by 3 different people who had been there and had experienced 3 different versions of it, and were all, in their way, correct and insufficient. He was not the junior undersecretary for magical law enforcement, or the special consultant to the Auror office, or the Gryffindor Quidditch captain, though he was technically the last of these, and had in fact played 2 matches this term and found it, both times, the most uncomplicated he'd felt in months. What he was, specifically and operationally, was this: a person who had been given tools and had built something with them, and who understood that the building was not finished, and who had, in the understanding of that, found something that was neither peace nor restlessness, but the specific quality of someone who is exactly where they are supposed to be doing exactly what they are supposed to be doing and knows it. He thought about Bruce. He thought about Alfred's line, "He does not say these things directly, but he is proud of you," and the specific thing it had taken him several months to fully understand about that sentence, which was that it was not just a message from Bruce. It was a description of a pattern. Bruce didn't say things directly when they were about him personally, about what he felt, about what mattered to him beyond the operational. He showed it in the work. He showed it in showing up. He showed it in 2 years in a forest in Scotland. Harry understood this because he was becoming the same kind of person. And he was not certain whether that was the training or whether the training had revealed something that was already there, probably both. Usually both. He was still standing on the ledge when he heard it. Not a sound from the castle made its own sounds, all of which he'd catalogued and could read like a language. This was a sound from outside it, from the grounds, very small, very specific. The particular sound that came from the north perimeter when the specific combination of frost conditions and wind angle produced a resonance in the old iron fence posts that Harry had logged in his notebook in September as environmental characteristic, no operational significance. Note for ambient noise calibration. He looked toward the north perimeter. There was a figure there, just for a moment, a second, maybe 2. Standing at the fence line in the dark in a way that suggested they were looking at the castle. Then gone. The specific quality of gone that meant they had moved rather than disappeared. Harry looked at the space where the figure had been. He thought about thermal signatures. He thought about a particular pattern of movement that he'd spent 2 years studying and had memorized the way you memorized the walk of someone you knew very well. He thought about a note in compressed angular handwriting that said, "I'll come back." When I can, he didn't signal, didn't call out, didn't move toward the perimeter. Instead, he raised one hand briefly toward the empty space at the fence line. He stood very still for a moment. Then, somewhere in the dark beyond the perimeter, at the edge of the forest, a small light appeared, not magical, not a wand. The specific small blue-white light of a Wayne Tech signal relay, activated once briefly in the pattern Harry had memorized, 3 pulses. All clear. Harry looked at it for a long moment. Then he lowered his hand. Turned back to the castle below, the lights in the windows, the students who were there, the specific geography of a place that had been many things to him and was now, he was discovering, something he hadn't fully named yet and was in no rush to. He thought about what Bruce had said on the first morning in the forest when Harry had asked why he was there. Because somebody should be. Harry stood on the tower in the dark, watching the castle that was his responsibility and his home and his operational environment and, in its own complicated way, his, and thought that the answer was still the right one. Because somebody should be. And because this was the part he'd added himself, the part that wasn't in the original answer, the part that 2 years of building something had produced in the place where the fear used to live, because he had figured out what he was building it for, not for the story, not for the name, not for the boy who lived, or the dark night of Hogwarts, or any of the other things that the world was going to decide to call him, for the lights in the windows, for the students who were in there, doing their homework and arguing about Quidditch and falling asleep in the common room over their textbooks, and growing up in a castle that was, tonight, safe. Not perfectly safe, there was no such thing, and he'd stopped pretending otherwise somewhere around the 2nd month of training. But safer than yesterday and building towards safer than today. That was the job, not a title, not a role, not an offer from a ministry that needed to put him in a box it could manage. The job. He stood on the ledge for another few minutes. The night was cold and clear and full of stars that had been there before the castle and would be there after, which was a fact that Harry found, depending on his mood, either humbling or reassuring or both. Then he turned, ducked back through the door in the tower wall, and went down into the castle. He walked the fourth-floor corridor, the east wing, the long passage near the charms classroom that was, at this hour, empty and quiet and golden with torchlight. The portrait of the elderly witch at the junction of the third and fourth floor, who always said good evening to him now, having apparently decided sometime in October that he warranted the greeting, which he'd taken as a more meaningful honor than the Order of Merlin. Good evening. The portrait said. Good evening, Harry said. He turned the corner, walked the long corridor toward Gryffindor Tower. The castle was quiet around him, the specific quiet of late night in a building that was also somehow awake. The portraits shifting, the suits of armor making small adjustments, the staircases doing whatever staircases did when they thought no one was watching. At the junction near the trophy corridor, the one he'd walked dozens of times, the one where the specific angle of the torchlight created a shadow lane behind the pillar that he knew down to the inch, he stopped. He reached into his cloak, took out a piece of chalk. He crouched down, drew a shape on the wall at shin height behind the pillar. Small, angular, like wings. He stood up, put the chalk away, looked at what he'd drawn for a moment. The specific shape that had traveled from a cave in Gotham to a forest in Scotland to the corridors of a school that had, in his 2 years of walking it, become the most extensively mapped building in his personal geography. The shape that meant, to the people who found it, someone has been here. And you didn't know. He moved on down the corridor, up the stairs to Gryffindor Tower, through the portrait hole, into the common room, which was empty at this hour, the fire banked low, the armchairs full of the comfortable emptiness of rooms that hold people's lives during the day and rest in their absence at night. He sat in his usual chair for a moment, the one by the window that looked out on the grounds. He could see the north perimeter from here if the night was clear enough, though at this angle it was just a dark line against the lighter dark of the open ground. He looked at it for a while. Then he took out the small notebook, pocket-sized muggle, the pages filled with his cramped specific handwriting, this one already 3/4 full and going to need a replacement in the next few weeks, and he wrote at the top of a fresh page December. North Perimeter, 2314. Possible contact. Signal received. All clear, he thought for a moment. Then underneath, in the way he'd taken to annotating entries that needed a non-operational note alongside the operational one, he came back. He closed the notebook, put it away, looked out the window one more time at the dark grounds and the dark forest and the stars above both. Somewhere out there, probably on a train by now, or in a car, Alfred driving, the signal relay folded back into whatever pocket it lived in. A person who had come back when he could, and had sent 3 pulses to say all clear, and had not needed to do more than that, because 3 pulses was enough, and more than that would have been something other than what it was. Harry sat with that for a moment, the specific feeling of something that had no precise name but that lived in the general territory of, not alone, still. Then he stood up, went upstairs, got into bed. He was asleep in 4 minutes, which was something that had taken him a long time to achieve and which he decided to count quietly as one of the real victories of the year. Epilogue. What they say in the months that followed, 3 more ministry corruption networks were dismantled. In each case, the Auror office received what they described as an anonymous evidence package. Documents, intelligence, a specific chain of evidentiary provenance that made the cases procedurally sound and legally unassailable. In each case, on the day the charges were filed, a report reached the senior Auror on the case. Not a letter, not an owl. A small sealed envelope, delivered to a specific desk by an entirely ordinary seeming owl that was, the Aurors who saw it consistently noted, remarkably well, organized for a post owl. Inside each envelope was a single page, a brief summary of additional intelligence that the Auror office might find useful going forward. No signature. The cases were closed. The charges were filed. The people responsible were held accountable. And in the quiet that followed each one, in the specific aftermath of something going right, which feels to people who work in the business of things going wrong, both smaller and larger than expected. There was, occasionally, in the corridor outside the senior aura's office, a small mark on the wall, at shin height, behind a pillar. The prophet asked more than once who was responsible. The stories circulated in the way stories always circulate in a world where information is abundant and explanation is scarce. Embroidered, contradictory, growing with each retelling. The shadow of Hogwarts, the unmarked aura. The ghost, the quibbler, which had a different editorial philosophy, didn't ask who was responsible. It asked what the methodology was, and wrote careful pieces about evidentiary standards and the importance of independent intelligence in functional accountability systems, which were read by fewer people and remembered by more. Xenophilius Lovegood, asked once at a public event whether he knew the identity of the intelligence source, said, "The important thing about sources is not who they are, it's whether what they tell you is true. Everything they've told us has been true. I think that's the story." Nobody found the marks on the wall. Nobody who found them talked about them publicly. In the Slytherin dormitory, in December of that year, a first-year student found one behind a pillar in the corridor outside the common room entrance. He looked at it for a long time. He didn't tell the older students. He didn't know what it meant exactly. He just knew, in the way that people know things they can't fully articulate, that it meant something. He told his dormitory roommate that evening, "There's a mark in the corridor, like a bat." His roommate said, "I heard about those. They say whoever leaves them is still watching." The first year thought about this. "That's good," he said. "Right, that's supposed to be good," his roommate considered it. "Yeah," he said, "I think it's good." They went to sleep. The castle was quiet. The marks stayed where they were. Someone was watching. That was enough.